Hello. Hate. Hate. Isn't that the word that we hear all the time from everybody? Hate. Hate. That's hatred. Hate. You hate. Why do you hate? And in response, we don't hate. We're not hating. We didn't hate. I never hated. What do you mean? You're the one hating. This word hate. Are we going about this the wrong way? Is it possible that we were sold a modern view of the word hate that tricks us into rejecting it? Is hate the opposite of love? Well, obviously most of us who are dissonant right-wing bigots, even soft conservative classical liberal bigots, are constantly in this defensive mode. No, I don't hate. I didn't hate. No, this isn't hate. And I was thinking about it. I was looking at it from a biblical view. And almost the entire biblical view. In fact, I couldn't, maybe in the chat someone can help me out. I couldn't find a reference to the word that uses the concept of the word today. The modern view of the word hate is pretty far how it's used, I would say misused, from the biblical sense. If we simply say hatred is a rejection, in a sense, from a Christian view, it's still a type of love, that properly rejecting something that's untrue, rejecting sin, rejecting demonic behavior and thoughts, rejecting subversion, rejecting counterfeit, rejecting heresy. In a sense, this is all an act of hatred. And in a sense, it's virtuous. But somehow we got tricked. I don't know who came in with their new term or their new association to the term itself and came in and said, oh, this is wicked, this is gross, this is not love, this is something we don't do. And I say, not anymore. I say that to be a Christian is to effectively reject many, many, many things. Many things within ourselves, many things in others, many things within our own parish. We are in a constant state of working out what to reject and what to accept, what to nourish, what to kill off, in a sense. And it just kind of hit me this morning that this is one of the word tricks that have been sort of played on us, that we're still kind of dealing with. Why do you hate? Why do you hate them? Why do I reject them? I'm sorry, do you mean reject? Oh, I can tell you why. I can tell you why I hate. And I think we should probably stop accommodating the opposition's distortion of words, their distortion of truth, their distortion of Christianity, their distortion of everything. We're constantly granting them their distortion and trying to pretend that we're going to have some sort of fruitful dialogue or a debate or anything like that. I would say stop granting it. Of course I reject things from that perspective. God rejected. God, the term hate was used for what God rejected as well. So I think we've been so softened in the West, even from our conception, right from our birth. We're almost cradle cucks as far as like being soft Christians. We're cradle. There's cradle Orthodox. We have a very specific type of cradle, small c Christianity.
People think love equals being nice, so it checks out. People think hate equals not being nice.
Right. Yeah, it's become that. That's exactly what we're sort of born into. Is, oh, well, it's, you got to be nice, right? We're going to be nice. And if you're not, you hate. Well, no. There are many things that I reject that in the act of rejecting it is the act of love. We do this as parents all the time. So would you stop going out there in the world, please, and tiptoeing around this term? Would you just bite the bullet, please? Stop dancing around. Stop caring what people with no obligation to humanity, no standard for truth and morality, letting them dictate what these distinctions mean. We're pretty much at the point where, like I said, the pendulum is swinging the other way, and suddenly Christians, right-leaning people in general, have leverage now. We have social leverage. Now, we have political leverage too, but what I see is like, if you have social leverage, you'll have political leverage. It'll eventually sway toward political leverage. So if you do have social leverage, maintain the social leverage. Now, I was thinking about, well, how do we maintain social leverage? Well, once they give an inch, we're always accusing them. Give them an inch, they'll take a rope or whatever, take a mile or whatever. And it's like, we don't, this is my constant criticism. We don't do that. When you give us an inch, we're so forgiving and we give it right back to you. Why are we doing that?
Hey Jim Bob, I like the new profile picture. You look good in blackface.
Thank you. I know. So the same with hate. Why give them any of the language? We should just stop granting them anything. And that was a big mistake with the right wing in the last 20 years, is it just got softer and softer, and it was like, we're the ones who are tolerant. Why is that a good thing? We're the ones who let, our troons are America First troons. Is that a good thing? We've got small government gays. Why is that a good thing? We don't hate. We accept all. We're more consistent with Martin Luther King Jr.'s view. Why is that a good thing? So as we move forward, honestly, there's a lot of people really excited with the sort of trajectory and the excitement and the momentum. There is a type of momentum. It fizzles out eventually, right? There's something that I thought was a cute term from, I think, Milton Friedman, who L's in the chat, including myself, who's gone through their Milton Friedman stage. But there is a distinction there. He said the tyranny of the status quo kicks in. And this is one thing I thought was accurate that he said. He said some accurate things. But the tyranny of the status quo obviously is a hyperbole. But it's basically referring to when we get these like percolated moments of excitement, elevated passions, and we start going rah, 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 and we put our flag down, and we think this is the moment, and there's a rising up, and we had this when Trump was elected in 2016, with QAnon and the rest, right? There's a revolutionary spirit that kicks in that you gotta watch out for. Not to pull away from the energy, okay? I know everyone's excited. Not to pull away from the sense of winning, the sense of finally getting a footing with these psychopaths. I don't want to take that away, but I do want to say that there is a fine line between celebrating victories and sort of moving into the revolutionary spirit, which is a worldly spirit, which is a very a bagely spirit, if you will. And that's something I'm kind of looking at, where people get pretty much really excited and sort of swept away with a new notion of idealism. And this whole event with Charlie Kirk, and then like the celebration and the massive sort of heterodox church worship kind of service, all of these things I wouldn't say don't have some sort of indication or orientation toward good in some way, but I'm pretty rigorous in the direction and the target. For me, no matter how good it looks, no matter how good it feels, if it's not toward a narrow truth, if it's not leading people to orthodoxy ultimately, explicitly, then it will inevitably lead to some sort of revolution, some sort of revolutionary ideal. And we know what happens. Absent the truth, the true body of Christ, absent that, all roads lead to some sort of notion of a revolution. And that's something I'm kind of weary of in this moment. I'm happy about the scoreboard win. I'm happy about the general cultural political shift. I'm glad about the leverage change. The moral high ground has now shifted a little bit over to the right side of things. But I'm also not afraid, using that in a colloquial sense. My concern is we're going to double down on really cheeseball heterodox Christian paradigms. Like that whole thing with Charlie Kirk, as good as it is in some senses, it's still kind of misses the mark. It still sort of buttresses a modern view of what it even means to be Christian, which obviously Christianity informs our politics, and they can't be separated. Your politics can't be separated. But to be a Christian transcends the politics. So even though you can't really separate what informs your voting and how you think the world should operate and whatnot, the practice of Christianity transcends these political notions. And though it was in many senses good to see how many people show up in a stadium in the face of a public assassination occurring just a week before, and showing up anyway and saying, screw you psychopaths, whoever you are, by the way. And you guys all know where I lean insofar as who the culprit is. I don't think the culprit acts on his own anymore. Regardless of who, what I'm looking at is, okay, there's this big sort of WWE celebration, and there's like modern proddy worship hues, turns into like a mega church. And to me, ultimately, that's not really the win. That's not the win. Let's put it that way. It's not the win. And when it comes down to moving forward, I think, which is why I named this stream Hate, is that in the sense I mean hate, that it means to reject, you have to still be rigorous even with your own, quote, team. And that's hard because when you're winning, it's easier to look away from certain differences and go, well, let's lead a little more to ecumenism. Let's kind of umbrella everybody together. Let's do that. And sometimes you do that, and I don't know where the line where you accept it and when you don't accept it, honestly. I don't know that line, but I do know that if you get soft on what you reject, then the thing you're arguing for gets blurred and diluted. And as much as everything up to this point since Charlie Kirk's death has been mostly a win in the direction of right-leaning views, even generally speaking, Christian views generally speaking, there's always a moment where it starts to bottleneck, and it's a type of filtering system that's like a necessary filtering system. In other words, the truth must fit through the eye of a needle, and you can't, as much as you want to maintain the coalitions, and you can maintain coalitions, but ultimately what I see now is there's going to be like a doubling down of a type of evangelicalism that's and it's false. It's false. As much as it looks like a good, it looks bright and cheery and strong, it's false. And it's getting reinvigorated, and people are calling it a revival, and people equating Charlie Kirk to some of the holiest martyrs in Christian history. And this is all from an evangelical perspective. You won't see the same excitement for such labels among Orthodox or even Catholics. And so to me, this is an indicator of pointing in a slightly off direction from the target. Slightly off. It's not terrible that it's slightly off. It's just being slightly off. Anyone who knows in engineering or building, being slightly off, or even with a bullet, slightly off for the long haul is extremely off. So being slightly off of the target, the alignment of the target, the more time you give it, the further you miss the target. If you're off a millimeter, 2 millimeters in building at the foundational level, it's exponentially off when you get to the end of the project. And so these are kind of things that that you want to look at when you're out in the world and sort of integrating yourself with a lot of heterodoxy. If anything, if there was a fire that was billowed from all of this, unfortunately, it wasn't specifically the fire of orthodoxy, even though we're seeing a lot more converts, which is beautiful. Shout out to Cleave to Antiquity, by the way. But you're seeing more of the billowing. It happens in the heterodox arena, insofar as Christianity is concerned. So that's just something to watch out for. You might celebrate yourself into soft Christianity. Not that you'd convert or anything. I'm just saying, like, in the basket, you'll celebrate yourself, and then you'll be like, where am I? How did I end up at a bass solo worship service? What is going on here? What's happening here? Anyway, let's look at some super chats. $20 from Free. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well, JB. I'm recovering from strep throat right now. At least I can watch the whole stream, though. Well, I hope that sucks. Strep throat sucks. It's really annoying. Thank you for your super chat. Lawrence says, people think love. Oh, I think I read that. Former X kicking it off with a very generous Hondi. Thank you so much, the Former X. Always very generous in the chat when he's here. Sorry I missed your debate Saturday. I went out and touched grass. I plan to watch it later. Oh, you'll have a fun time, Former. People in the chat will tell you. One of the most... That was like a big letdown by it. That was one of the most disappointing opponents that I thought wasn't going to be disappointing. No offense to Dr. Ed Dutton, but wow. Wow, that was a very poor performance, to say the least. $10, even one step towards God is one step away from evil. That's how I view it. Yeah, I agree. But in the long term, it really does need to be sort of corrected. You know what I mean? Now, I started putting on my tinfoil hat. I told you guys I was moving away from that. And, but I couldn't help think about this because recently I watched, with Meg Bob, Miss Congeniality. Was that what it's the one where she's an investigator or a cop or whatever, and she gets placed in, a pageant? Is that the name of the... Yeah. Late 90s, Sandra Bullock. I started thinking about that, and I even text Jay, because I watched this whole thing with the WWE Kirk celebration, Sparkles, and it's like, it was like a memorial and a political event and everything wrapped up into one big thing, right? Which I don't think there's anything really objectively wrong with it. It's just like a political thing that occurs. And then I was like focusing on this woman and then looking at like her background. And then I was thinking, wow, it's really crazy. Like if I were to like write sort of a truther-based, whacked out conspiratard movie or something, and I look at like Trump, and he's the pioneer of the Miss Universe, Miss America, Miss Everything pageant, you know, for years. And then I look at like that movie and I was like, a lot of these movies sometimes hint at a partial reality, you know. I wouldn't put it past agencies embedding assets inside of some of these subcultures like Miss USA, Miss Universe pageant and whatnot. But I started thinking in my truther brain, you know what I mean? Like all the truther music kicks in. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, like watching Charlie Kirk's widow hug Trump, very fatherly, daughterly way. My truther-tard brain, and just so you know, I'm clarifying this is truther-tardism, so don't take this like seriously. But I just started thinking, goodness, can you imagine a world that was so deceptive? Can you imagine the world was so deceptive that someone like Trump, who may have been an asset this whole time to an intelligence agency, worked through the Miss Universe pageant, the Miss America pageant, with other assets that committed to lifelong work. And what I mean by that is it's not out of the question, by the way. Everyone's going to go nuts when I'm saying this. It's not out of the question for a woman to be an asset and go to the extent of even becoming a mother. Okay? It's not out of the question. Just saying. I'm not saying it's the case. I don't even know if that's even possible in this situation, okay? But in general, it's definitely possible. And so my brain goes to Trump asset, all of his workings, including his TV shows, are sort of farming mechanisms for assets, grooming mechanisms for assets. It's how they filter them out, introduce them into media as a fixture. And, it just happens to be the case that this woman has that history. Reality television, entertainment, Miss Universe. I think she even resided in another country for some strange reason. I'm just saying. Saying it's possible. That's all. I'm just saying it's possible. And I like the idea of it. I don't like the idea of the deception, of course, but how funny and sort of silly it is to think, if that was possible, that Trump was an asset the whole time and used all of these things to sort of try out assets. And he finally found one. And then I'm thinking of like, what do we know about Charlie Kirk? Like, even though he's extremely intelligent, he knows a lot of things. He's a good debater. He's a good speaker. He's very effective at what he does. But there was like a sort of naive dorkiness to him too. Like there's definitely a naivete that came with Charlie Kirk in contrast to his eloquence.
Jimothy Bobthwaite. I hear you. And where did all this connecting the red dots get you, and how did it affect Divine Liturgy times?
It doesn't affect it at all. In fact, when I go to Divine Liturgy, pretty much every time the world dissipates itself. The world is not there, if that makes sense. Good question, Vagine. Especially with the ums in the front. Interesting. So yeah, I was saying, like, Charlie is super intelligent and effective, but there's like a social naivete to him, Like even doing what he's doing, like there's a sort of like, well, I could be killed. So there's like partially bravery, partially courageous. I'll give him that, but partially like, did I just put myself in a kill box? You know what I mean? That kind of question, you wonder. Did that ever go through his head? I'm currently in a kill box right now. Anyway, if it's the case that someone's naive from the romantic side, they're definitely targetable from the intel side. They are. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not even suggesting specifically. I'm just thinking like, I'm just putting my truth or tard hat on, okay? Maybe when I do this, I should put a Candace logo in the bottom right. It's just fun. I'm sorry. It's fun. It's fun to do. You know what? It's fun. Jason Cassell, $10. Thank you so much. First, get the nation back to its Christian roots. Second, figure out what denomination will rule. The correct answer is Eastern Orthodox. Yeah, I could see that as a prudent, pragmatic approach, Jason. That's why I don't take my concerns. I don't really lead with these concerns. I just have to state them so people are kind of like aware of them as things move forward. Because it really is, the whole thing is definitely in favor of evangelicalism and Protestantism in general. Like, smoke machine worship stuff. It's definitely like this, all of this stuff isn't, like, orthodoxy isn't the direct, let's face it, orthodoxy is not the direct beneficiary of any of this right now. So I don't know how it could be, though. Like, you couldn't really, that's what's so beautiful about orthodoxy, is that, like, you couldn't really take a worldly event and sort of flip it and capitalize on it. Like, it doesn't even make sense to do that, to be even focused on that. So it's like, so I'm not like saying, oh, it should have favor. It makes sense that it would favor heterodox Protestant positions, this whole thing. It makes sense. So, okay. I understand. That's fine. I'm going to go to my stream elements to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I did a little bit of a monologue there. Go to Knoxville, Tennessee already. Thank you so much for $5. Got that one. Oh, Vagine's coming in again.
Joe Suarez off topic, but I would love to see you review the DPH free will / determinism debate on the Whatever podcast. Much love, JB.
Thank you. That was at the Black Chick? Yeah, I remember that. Shout out to DPH. Get to see him in Nashville. Very excited. One of the most fun people that I've ever hung out with, ever. Cade Shaw, $20. Did you see the video that Tectone made about him revisiting religion after 14 years? He didn't specify what kind of church he was going to attend. Makes me believe he attended some kind of non-denominational. I don't even know who Tectone is, Cade, but it's, those are always interesting videos when there's like a cold, hard atheist that just kind of revisits. They start to look at the world and they're like, evil exists in some way. So what is this evil? What's the nature of evil? And I like to see when atheists actually move back in the direction, searching. So yeah. Kick off. Thank you, Swites, for kicking it off. Just saw that. Anyway. He said Orthodox? Interesting. Yeah. So, anywho, take my trutherism with a grain of salt. It's just I couldn't stop thinking about Sandra Bullock. Couldn't stop thinking, wow, that could actually be possible. And most people can't wrap their head around the possibility that a human being could have such loyalty to an organization or an agency, like a lifelong type of thing, where they actually make families. They actually make families. Like what kind of person you'd have to be to actually make a sort of like a fake actual family. And of course it all mixes in. I'm not saying love wouldn't be there, commitment and all of this. It could very well be that, but the reality is both could exist. And I don't think most people think that that's even possible. You know what I mean? But I think it is. I think it is possible. Free says for $10, I don't think it was naivete, but more a willful ignorance. He talked about knowing he was in danger. He just ignored it. Yeah, I think he may have thought he was outside of the realm of an actualized event. But that's assuming he wasn't concerned with a multiplicity of possible assailants. Now, obviously, with everything coming out, Charlie Kirk was aware of his larger, more powerful opposition than these, small level troon enthusiasts. Now, the media, it's interesting how they just split it. How they're like, well, no, let's keep it that it's the troon guy. Even though there's, more, the more you end up knowing about this scenario, the more unclear everything is. And that seems to be the case with all American events specifically that happened, that are altering the political discourse, the landscape forever. 9/11, the moon landing, everything. There's always this maybe it's, I think it's deception, but another take would be just the nature of human beings and how we communicate and chew and spit out information that we're just, I don't know, so flawed in it or something that it produces chaos and confusion. But I don't think so. I mean, when you see Alex, do you see Alex Jones? I mean, Alex Jones is supposed to be one of our truther disciples. And he's all, well, it makes sense. The bullet came down in his neck, exploded his heart, came back up to his... It's like, what? What are you saying? A 30-06 goes into a neck and makes a nearly 90-degree turn down into the heart? Excuse me? Who and what and how are you saying this? What is happening? Are we in the Twilight Zone? It's like, did this event rip time and space? Suddenly, Alex Jones is doubling down on government narrative. That's crazy. And Nick Fuentes overnight is basically doing double Dutch with Israel. In 2 days, 3 days, this happens. Now, the only thing that I could imagine accounts for that is direct threats. That's such obscure, bizarre, 180 type of behavior for both of them, that the only thing that makes sense in my mind is a direct communication that they can't disclose. And the direct communication is really simple. It's not only shut up or you're next, but it's like, we need a 180 vocally from you or you're next. None of that makes sense to me. Two of the most prominent, Alex Jones made a turn for staying away from Israel a long time ago, right? He would always have problems, people bring it up. He'd get real nervous. Anyone even says the word on his show. So clearly that was like, okay, whatever level of compromise or pressure is already there. We already accepted it. You know what I mean? But Nick Fuentes is a different, that's crazy. Now, he could be just using it. Yeah, like you said, he could be just LARPing. He could just be like, well, maybe he had a change of heart. I mean, people were criticizing him and me and everyone else who ever criticized Charlie Kirk, and I don't actually take back any of my criticisms of Charlie Kirk. I still have them today. Even the legacy, so to speak, that he's going to leave behind, unfortunately, is going to be a legacy of classical liberalism. But the fact that seeing that event and such a gruesome up close of the event especially altered me. It did soften me a bit. It did make me look at Charlie Kirk in a different way. Now, is that a manipulation? Maybe. I don't know. I don't think so. I think it actually showed something flawed in me, that event. I think that's what happened. And I think if that happened with me, I think that is in fact possible with someone like Nick Fuentes. I think it's possible with a lot of people to see such a thing and have it fundamentally alter how they see themselves. And because it alters how they see themselves, it alters how they see other people. Because obviously our views and criticisms of other people and our views of ourselves are kind of interlinked. So I looked back and I was like, maybe I'm too hard. I was too harsh on him. Maybe I didn't pull enough of what he was saying that was good. Maybe I didn't elevate the good things he was saying enough. And so maybe it's possible Nick Fuentes was altered by that. I mean, people were affected, People were definitely affected. Jim Bob, what do you think of the division caused by Erica Kirk forgiving the assassin? Yeah, that was interesting too. I didn't talk about it. Yeah, I was going to mention that. Well, I mean, it's funny coming from my view because you guys know I'm a conspiratard, right? So, being that I'm a conspiratard, that was, from my point of view, something that's good for Christian optics for sure. To demonstrate that. I mean, to be able to do that, whether you mean it or not, like that's up. I don't know that. That's for her and God to figure out. But the demonstration is really palpable. Forgiveness is extremely powerful. In fact, it's so powerful that my view on capital punishment is that the people affected get to determine it. They can either forgive or they can hold the weight of choosing capital punishment. And I think that choice is really something that's lost in American culture because our justice system is so outsourced to nameless people that you don't know. You know what I mean? It's not personal anymore. Injustices aren't personal anymore. In fact, almost nothing is personal anymore. It's just outsourced to this machine, and the secular system of justice has nothing to do with virtue anymore. It's depersonalized. So when I saw her do that, I was like, well, that's a good thing. Of course, in the back of my mind is like, how do you forgive someone if they didn't do it? Okay, don't freak out. I'm just saying. How do you forgive someone if they didn't do it? But as far as the pushback, Jason, it's silly. People saying like, oh, you forgive him? Yeah, well, forgiving someone doesn't change what happened. forgiving someone doesn't even, in this case, stop the justice from being dropped on his head. But forgiveness is actually a lot of times more so for the person who's forgiving. It's not to set anyone free. It sometimes does, though. Like, you've seen court cases. You can find video of court cases where people publicly forgive, and the assailant, the perp, breaks down. They can't believe it. It fundamentally changes them forever. Doesn't mean they don't go to jail, though. So that's like watching. That's the proper representation of Christianity, at least. Forgiveness doesn't mean justice doesn't prevail. And people confuse that. So, but then the people going, how could you? That's terrible. Don't forgive him. That's whatever. It's like, what do you mean? Like, forgiveness sets the person free, because you're using forgiveness. If you don't forgive, and you can't fake forgive, but if you don't forgive, all you're doing is holding some sort of position of vengeance. There's always a lingering position where you have to exact some type of justice, and you're going to hold it against someone, even other people, even the world itself, or even against God. When you forgive, sometimes when you forgive someone, you realize, where you're blaming God for things, when you're doing the if God good, why bad thing happened thing. So, I don't think there's ever a time where forgiveness isn't good. I can't think of a time where it would be, how it could possibly be the wrong thing to do. How could someone possibly argue it, right? You couldn't. Plus, it's like we forgive as God forgives us. So it's like, we're called to it. Even if it's hard, we're definitely called to it. So, Televised Lies says, forgiveness is something you do when someone bumped into you, not blowing away your family. No, that's not true. What's the threshold? What's the symmetry breaker? Televised Lies. What's the symmetry breaker? It's an injustice against you. There's no symmetry breaker. There's just a magnitude of what the thing was. All you're really saying is it's more difficult to forgive people for larger acts against you. Fair enough. But you're not actually talking about what you should do. You're talking about how hard it is, Televised Lies. All you're saying is it's harder to do the deeper the cut. Well, of course, we agree. But you're just making up your own theology, dude, at this point. As if there's some chart, right, where you look it up on the chart. You do put all the inputs and it gives you back some AI, chart. And it's like, oh, sorry, you passed the threshold of forgiveness. Okay, buddy. Are you aware of what Paul did? What are you talking about, dude? You're making up your own theology on the spot. Johnny Arcade prefers vengeance. Yeah, I think most of us, in our passion and in intellectualizing, we lean towards vengeance. Some of us are better than others insofar as forgiveness and understanding like that. I'm fairly forgiving for most things, but like Televised Lies said, I think what he really meant to say, I hope he meant to say, is there are certain movements against you from other human beings that occur to you as just, it's almost like, are you serious? You're going to take my vengeance? It's the only thing I have right now. Sometimes vengeance occurs to you as the only thing you can grasp to. But that's grasping to the world. Vengeance can only happen in the world, couldn't it? That's why vengeance is the Lord's. Because otherwise you're taking something that's ultimately supernatural, metaphysical, and ultimately in God's hands. Divine justice is exacted by God. and you're going, no, I want it to be worldly. Can I have this thing called vengeance? Okay, vengeance occurs in time, space, and matter. You can't have vengeance if not worldly, the world, right? So it's like you're gonna just be, you're just in a video game at that point, you know. So even though you prefer vengeance, you also know, Johnny Arcade, that it actually works against us. We know it too. We just don't like it, because vengeance sounds so easy. You could just do the thing. You could just make it happen. It's something. The reason I think we're vulnerable to vengeance is we have access to a critical path from A to point B. A is where we are, unfulfilled, totally left wanting something to happen. Something must be done, you know? That's where Candy Owens is right now. She's in like vengeance mode. Something must be done. There's going to be justice if it takes my entire livelihood, you know? And it makes sense because you can see it in real time. You could actually schedule it, for instance. Like vengeance is something you can make efforts toward and actually empirically measure your movements toward it. But that's just in the world. I mean, that's all world stuff. There's no, you know what I mean? It's like, good luck. Yeah, I was dumbfounded when some Christians, quote, said they would seek vengeance. I try to explain vengeance. Yeah, that's why I'm like, it's all cluttering the world of Christianity all over again, unfortunately. This whole entire event. It's just cluttering the whole thing, and they're playing tug of war with Charlie Kirk's person, basically. They're trying to keep his personhood alive and saying, well, Charlie wanted this, and Charlie wanted that, and Charlie was going to be Orthodox, and Charlie was going to be Catholic, and Charlie. It's like, why don't you just pay? You know what I mean? Why don't they just make Charlie's person something you can license? You know, might as well, because that's kind of what's happening. Honestly, my point of view, even though he was interested enough to have an Orthodox priest on, he's also talked to Catholics as well. But I think Charlie, insofar as his theology, I think from what I saw, he was pretty unshakable when it comes to his Mariology. And I've never seen him move, at least in that category, an inch. Not once. I mean, he was with freaking Frank Turek all the way to the end. So I mean, no way. With Frank Turek being your spiritual advisor until your death, being nearly your father. Frank Turek, admittedly, Charlie Kirk is his son. Closest thing to it, having a fourth son. No, having Frank Turek's theology whisper in your ear for your entire life, I think there's a bigger hill to climb than you guys think. Free $10. Thank you so much. At what point does it change from, quote, they know not what they do to they know what they were doing? I know it's a dumb thought, but it's something that I've been wrestling with. I'm not sure we can know that in a lot of cases. We could know that if someone admits it, though. Like, the good thing about that term is that's for us as well, Free. We know. We know we're judged by our knowledge, in contrast to what we know. When we know better, it's wicked. But other people, we can't really, it's hard to...
If evolution real, why don't we have cat girls?
Why don't we have cat girls? I don't know. Yeah, I would say it's best to still take the position that they know not, right? And if they do, that's true wickedness, and so that's still not for us to
Extanglia, our 4 children,
judge.
and I were accepted into the catechumenate after liturgy yesterday.
Glory
to God.
to
Praying
God.
gesture emoji, Orthodox cross emoji, red heart emoji.
That's so beautiful. That's so beautiful. The whole family, the whole Bowman family That's amazing. How great is that? I love that. Shout out to Jessica Bowman and her family for that. That's just so good to hear. It's the best. What else? I think I missed something here. Oh, there. David Murdoch Art. Thank you so much for your $20. Just watched an Ortho video earlier on relationships. Brought up forgiveness in regard to infidelity. Obviously, one should forgive, but it suggested we should be willing to reconcile. That's insurmountable for some. Yeah, for some it is, but that's on them to say that, though. It's like some people could be wrong about what's insurmountable. You know, obviously, you can't hold the position that some tribulation or problem is insurmountable if through Christ anything's possible. So I know it must that kind of thing must be so difficult. Honestly, like that kind of disloyalty would question even your own loyalty to God himself, perhaps. Just like, you know, your children dying or someone close to you. I could imagine even the deepest, most faithful of God's servants would have a moment, whether short or long, of absolute rejection of love. So that's what it would be for a marriage, right? Because you'd be then in response to someone desecrating your love, your sacrament. Like you're what's the response other than to do it back? You know what I mean? Further. It's almost like, well, we already have poop on our clothing. I'm already dirty. It's already been destroyed. How can I destroy it more? I'm just going to throw the ashes. It's already burned to the ground. But yeah, I would say people are wrong with what's insurmountable. I think they're wrong about what's insurmountable. I think all of us are, including myself. Look up the Charlie Kirk Merry Protestant clips. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's definitely a good topic because that seems to be one of the key, at least what I hear, as far like they're so low tier when it comes to like, oh, you're venerating. It's like, dude, are you serious? All the people that are loud oppositional to veneration and they think asking the saints for prayers or kissing the icons or kissing the hand of the priest or anything else is some sort of idolatry. And literally, they've been venerating Charlie Kirk for a week straight, almost in the same format, by the way. That's pretty wild to see. I love that aspect of orthodoxy, because it's like it actually like pulls you into how you participate in love with people. You know, it's how you participate with love and respect and honor with people. You know, it almost makes me mad that there wasn't that I didn't have orthodoxy in my own house to frame out how to interact with my family, with my mother, with my father from that paradigm, you know. And in other cultures, they do have it. They have things that are more reflective of church activities in the home. You know, you would have no problem kissing your father's hand. It's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Vasilis says, don't do it. Yeah, no one's going to kick you out. It's like, that's the other thing. You're not forced to do anything. It's just, you start to see why it enriches the entire participation, though. You know what I mean? It's just like the whole thing enriches everything, all of it. That's why it's so beautiful. Anyway, let me actually, I'm going to move on to this one review thing I have here. This chick keeps coming up on my feed. Super low tier, but, gaining popularity. We'll just see. She has a video called Mass Religious Psychosis and the Rise of the Far Right. And obviously, for me, it's obvious that this person is a sociology major. So get excited. Get excited. Let me see. I have another debate coming up. I think another modern day debate. I know everyone's pretty upset with the last one. Not just Dr. Dutton's performance, but people are upset with James's moderation. But we're gonna do it all over again. So I'll keep you posted on when that is. Ortho Thugs Season 2 this Friday, 5 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We have a slightly different format. We're going to be concentrating. We're going to make a shorter show, an hour long instead of 2 hours. And we're going to concentrate on filtering and harnessing both Tony and I, our creative and prolific capabilities. We're capable of making a lot of things, so we are going to focus on making stuff and putting them on the channel as opposed to trying to fit everything into a live show. So that's exciting. That's going to be cool. I forgot the debate. I'll let you guys know tomorrow. It's another debate, and I think it's secularism versus Christian ethics. What's better? These are a lot of repeating titles. And I'm also working on a video. So you guys remember the Arguments Against Atheism series? I did 3. They were pretty sort of like, they were pretty short form, but they made their way through the atheist community pretty rapidly. So I'm going to do one because I think what's even more palpable is the evolution problems that I seem to have some sort of, not a monopoly by any means, but I think most of the time you see evolution debated, you get the Ken Ham version, which is kind of like hyperbolic and sort of fun and whimsical. You ever see a dog? A bird is a bird. A dog is a dog. He just does that like approach, which is like fine, but like I seem to have a knack for ripping the insides, the intestines out of the entire body of evolution. And I think I should run with that. And I think the way to run with that is to make a more concise video that's like 12 to 20 minutes that just not only teaches the opposition to evolution, but simultaneously challenges any one of these guys, any one of them. I don't care how big or scary your channel is, whether you're Professor Dave or anyone else. There's no way you can answer the questions that I ask. There's no way. And they happen to be very simple questions. So I'm going to highlight those in a fun, maybe half talking, half animation kind of thing. Make it fun, make it shareable, make it watchable, and also try to get these people to bait them in to engagement, because I have not heard a single statement or reasoned argument or set of evidences where these people explain how the hell you get a process of random mutation produce hyper-specialized mechanisms, let alone bodies. Because from their view, there's no difference between random mutation producing a liver and producing a body that produces a liver. It's all just one big thing, right? So they got nothing. Chase, $5. Thank you so much. St. Basil the Great, quote, "It is necessary to hate evil with perfect hatred, for this is a mark of a perfect love for God." Homily of Psalm 33. Beautiful. Shout out to St. Basil, the early architect of our liturgy. Evolutionary ethics, the Stone Age psychology. Yeah. Now, I don't want to give away too much. I'm going to be preparing for the Planet Peterson debate in Nashville, which is going to happen at 9 a.m. on Sunday. I might be hungover for it, but I'm going to attempt to do an undercutting defeater to the entire thing. The topic is, does naturalism have a better explanation for reality than theism? I'm gonna go full on leg sweep, full leg sweep. Probably do a couple private streams for that in preparation for that. Anyway, we're at 15 of 50, y'all. Let's get your Jortlandian taxes in, please. I know it's Monday. I know it's a slow grind back into work, back into our lives. But support your favorite channel, will you? I don't have beard cream. I don't sell gold. I don't sell bed sheets, blow dryers, armpit hair removal kits. All I have is you guys. Jason Cassell responds immediately, $10. You debating Professor Dave would be a great debate. He's so arrogant and aggressive. Yeah, I'm going to set that up. I'll set that up. We just need a good moderator, though. That's the hardest thing. Moderation is in high demand and short supply. So because most moderators aren't debaters, they're just not. $2. You're worse than the IRS. I should be, honestly. You're evading taxes? Yeah. Well, you'll be in jail. Natural Immunity says you're one of my favorite channels. Thank you so much. Prove it. You'll moderate. Professor Dave is the worst. Speaking of Professor Dave, I know that, and nothing against, what is his name? Jeranism. $20 again from Free. Thank you so much, Free. I can't super chat to Andrew anymore, so take this grift money. Thank you so much for that. I will. Yeah, any money that's not going to Andrew is probably a ton of money for me. So that's good news for me. Thank you, Free. I appreciate you. Speaking of Jeranism, obviously he went out to, for those of you who've been with me for a while, there was a dip into like the flat earth world and what they're talking about and what the modern cosmology says, and we got into all sorts of stuff, right? It gets boring pretty quick, but he took this trip to see the 24-hour sun, and that was the thing that finally moved him back into the standard model of things, and he got a lot of backlash for that, and he got a lot of people saying he's fake, and he made up the whole thing, and the trip was fake, and it was a projection, and like, they went to every possible explanation other than maybe the guy just went to Antarctica and saw one of the evidences he needed to see to change his mind, and he did it. But then he he recently went on to Professor Dave's channel, which was interesting to see because a lot of times when you're rejected by your current group, you flee to the accepted group, and then sometimes, I'm not saying it's the case, but sometimes you then just accept all of the things they accept, So that was like, not that he did, but I'm watching for that,
Do I actually have to work if I get the Bobladia work visa?
No.
Frown.
No. We actually don't allow Indians in anyway, Vagine, so you don't have to worry. So I'm interested to see, given Jaren's movement back in that particular arena, if he then will accept evolution next. Not that they're similar. They're similar dogmatically, but they're different claims. But I just look for that stuff. he'll get accepted and he'll do his round and his circuit at all of the counter flat earth people. He'll get new following, he'll get new support and stuff. But will he then what will he push back on, though? You know what I mean? What is he going to push back on? I wonder if he's going to accept it. Anyway. All right. Let's get into this chick. Again, her name is Casey Malone. She's a sociologist. I really want someone like, obviously Andrew's ideal, but even Rachel to get in the ring with this chick. She's loud, certain, but I've not seen her get pushback live in a one-on-one yet. And I really want that to happen. So anyway, this title is called, and you're going to get a lot more of this, by the way, mass religious psychosis, right? The left side is looking at the right now that we're like sort of collectivizing, we're acquiescing around certain values. And it's very scary for the opposition because they just have it burned into their mind that they're going to be sent in a train cart into some ovens.
Did you ever answer Corinth's question of how did God mechanically create everything in existence in response to the same question you ask of evolution supporters? It's on my mind. Also, I'm a bit retarded.
Yes, it's a category error. So when a naturalist says this happens, they're actually appealing to the natural paradigm where there's physical cause and effect and relations between objects and things like this. Before that, this is post-creation. We don't use the same criteria for examining processes. We don't use the same criteria. So understanding the mechanics of God's creation presupposes that that God acts inside of naturalism to create, like that God's now bound by physical laws and understanding of cause and effect, which is just presupposing naturalism. So that's the answer to Corinth's question. His criteria presupposes naturalism. My distinction between creation, God's creation, as some sort of process, that it's distinct from naturalism. I'm presupposing supernaturalism. So if it's presupposition versus presupposition, right, then we're going to win. That's what leads to the tag argument, by the way. I hope people understand this. Why does it always lead to tag? Why does it always lead to a larger question about which paradigm can justify that paradigms even exist? It always leads to it because you're going to find a stalemate between two presuppositions. And they're going to presuppose naturalism, which doesn't work, by the way. It's self-refuting, by the way, I'm not going to give that gold away because that's my debate in Nashville. So anyway, that's the two things. The answer is it's a category error, and it presupposes naturalism. Or another way of saying that without being fancy is, as Autisch says, it presupposes like a mechanical reality. So anyway, okay. So this chick and many like her are going to keep freaking out because they think because the pendulum is swinging toward the right and there's sort of a coalitions being built around right-leaning politics, further right, they think they're going to get shipped in a cart to a camp. That's what they think. What they don't realize is that most people on the right, if we had the choice, we would give you your own state. We would just give you your own state. We wouldn't need to ship you anywhere. We would say, hey, I think we figured this out. Freedom of association, freedom to inform our law by our theology, and we have enough land to make that work. So why aren't you guys, you know what I mean? Like, if these progressives really had it figured out, isn't it interesting that every time they monopolize and congregate in a certain state or even county, once they deploy their shitty their shitty policies, why is it that the blue people who are always freaking out about Christianity and far-right politics and white nationalism and scary Nazis and all this nonsense, why is it they always move to where these people are? Isn't it bizarre that they're like, oh my gosh, anything but being around these white Nazi people, anything but that. And then they're like, what's happening with they're not charging people for crimes anymore. It's getting scary to walk around. I would like a small town that's clean with a gazebo with families holding hands. Where is that? Oh, in a red state, in a red town, in a red county. You're going to move there now because we have nice things and we keep things nice because it's downstream from our values. Yeah. And your city, all of your cities, all these progressive cities, the reason they're shitholes is because their reality is downstream from their mind, from their philosophy, from their thinking. It'll always match. It can't not match, by the way. You're never going to get wholesome, good, true, beautiful situations from atheism, from progressivism. It doesn't have the structure. It doesn't have the duties. It has no duties. So they have to move to where the nice things are. They have to move to my town, right? They realize that their towns are garbage. So they come to our town. Oh, this is nice. Look at all of these nice conservative families all dressed appropriately, pushing their kids in strollers. We need to make this place gay. You know what this place needs? Straight up homosexuality. You know what I mean? Oh, this is a nice little location. I think it needs a trans flag flying. Yeah, they're like maggots. They're like parasites. They feed off the good and then they blame the thing they feed off of. It's disgusting. So let's watch what it sounds like.
My darlings, my angels, my loves, my he's, she's, and theys, coming to you live from Tulsa, Oklahoma. My name is Casey Malone, and I'm so glad you're here. Bear with me with the audio because it is storming like crazy. Hello, Oklahoma weather. But we've got new nails. They match my eyeshadow, if you can kind of tell. So we're doing our best with that. What an absolute absurd week of things that we're going to have to talk about. Oh my gosh, I crashed out so hard. I crashed out so hard about the mass religious psychosis that we are seeing throughout this country, throughout the world, but like throughout this country.
See, we can do the same thing. I can make a video, right? Do my nails, do my eyes, and be like, can we talk about this? Can we talk about the mass anti-religious psychosis in this country? Can we? Let's talk about it. I mean, if we go back to as early as the French Revolution, can we talk about the mass anti-religious psychosis?
Because of the, well, there are a lot. There's a lot of things that are aligning in such a way that make me genuinely concerned. And it's not so much concern because I think Jesus is going to rise from the dead or whatever. I'm concerned because of how, oh my gosh. Okay. So yeah, we have a lot to talk about.
Oh my gosh. Just get to it. It reminds me of someone who's a singer-songwriter and they go to a small, like, a bar or coffee bar and they spend like 19 minutes prefacing the song they're about to sing. Goodness gracious.
To talk about.
I like to torture you. Well, yeah, I mean, I have only 18 of 50 of my chats in. So, I mean, I might as well flip it on you guys, and you guys have to pay for me to stop watching this.
With why so many people genuinely believe Jesus is going to return to the earth. We are dealing with on a honestly global scale, but I'm going to stick to kind of commenting on the United States mass religious psychosis. And
everything's a question. I'm going to do the question thing. if I do a video on the things I'm concerned about, if I end upward with a question, maybe people will believe me. For the Eyeshadow Fund, Russell Jimbob Brand character. I need to figure out how to talk like Russell Brand. I think I could, if I could just nail his inflection and his accent, I could pretty much, I just have to shave my beard a little more straggly or like thinner. And I think with an open shirt, I'll even shave my chest for that. Apparently he doesn't grow hair on his body. Couple of 19 necklaces of different contradictory symbols. And then I'll pretty much have Russell Brand in the bag. Have mercy. I'm trying.
And like,
by the way, this is part of my my regiment. I'm trying to be less mean. I feel like I was even still too mean with that little Krusty the Clown Calvinist guy. I was just, he just upset me. So I got a little aggressive with it, Not happy about it.
okay, there's going to be a lot to this. I don't know if we're going to get into absolutely everything because part of it is like...
Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh. Get to the meat, lady.
The world is going to end. For your mental health, we're going to be talking about the end of the world, not in a way that suggests it's...
Okay, she's 20 minutes in and she's still talking about what she's going to be talking about.
going to happen. Okay. Stop.
Okay.
Okay, the Temple Institute in...
The Temple Institute, you say?
In Israel?
Oh, yeah. Good. This is some good stuff, actually.
Oh my god, 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 oh my god.
How do these people survive? You know what I mean? How do these people... Modernity has been the worst thing. This woman, if things were right and good, she'd be in the town square begging for bread. I mean, these people are lunatics. They look and sound like insane people. But because there's no contrast in the world we live in, they look like normal people because most people are like this. Oh my God, just everything's like this, like...
Okay. All right. Okay. Also, before I get too far into some of this stuff, like we're not doing anti-Semitism on this platform. Like,
oh gosh, here we go. Yeah, you could do anti-Christians, right? But God forbid you criticize, I don't know, Talmudic laws, Talmudic principles. God forbid you look at what tikkun olam actually means, which, by the way, I've misinterpreted this whole time by thinking that means heal the world. No. Heal the world would be an effect. If you really look at what tikkun olam, actually, they say, tikkun olam, what it actually means is that when they say heal the world, they're talking about from the blemishes. They're talking about that all human beings are subject to Jews. Notice how in all of this rhetoric about white nationalism or Christian nationalism or Islamic nationalism and caliphates and, all of this hysteria about certain theologies or groups of people controlling the world, notice how the one they don't talk about is the one that has it embedded in their very theology. They're not allowed to talk about that. And she's like all afraid. Well, I'm a little bit afraid. Anti-Semitic Valley Girl achievement unlocked. That's actually a funny character, Gary. Like the Reese Witherspoon, but she's fully anti-Semitic. But she says it like matter of fact. Pondering Metaphysics, $5. Your thoughts on the argument that the reason the tism has gone through the roof is because of jabbies? I think it was always that. I think at least that's a worthy correlate to look at. I mean, it could be more food stuff. If you look at it from the perspective of what kind of medical but also technological advancements we've had since the 80s, maybe. What has increased? Well, our interaction with electronics, and who knows what we're getting from the cell phone. I don't know what to believe about whether the cell phone is doing stuff to our bodies or whatever. But certainly the more obvious introduction to the human body from a biological perspective that could affect our bodies from a very young age is the increase of the jibby jab from an average of 12 when I was a kid, tops in the series, to 82 now. That's to me, that's an obvious thing. You go, oh, maybe we should figure out if this correlate is actually causal or not. That would be proper science, by the way. So I don't know. Wasn't he supposed to announce something, though? Wasn't Trump supposed to announce something? Like he was going to announce maybe the cause of it or something? Because he's working with Robert Kennedy. I mean, that could be. I mean, that's another. If you want me to put a truther hat on, imagine this whole debacle with Charlie Kirk was just to move away from the main event. The thing that everyone's been wondering this whole time, whether or not prickly dicklies cause autistically oakleys.
I am equally unavailable for Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Okay, I don't think anyone's better or worse. I think they're all very incredibly problematic.
Oh, man. See, this chick, this is one of those instances where I want them to be popular. You know? I want her to be popular. It's like one of Jim Henson's puppets escaped from the shelf or something. Honestly, I can't even do it. I'm sorry. I thought I was going to be able to do this. This is happening more and more often now. You know, it's good. It's progress for me because what I'm doing is I'm discerning what's going to get me mad to the point where there's nothing left other than just bashing her. And I'm trying to be a better person. So, Steelborn, $5. Nice to see you, buddy. I think the best correlates are more pricklies in the rising age of moms. Yeah, that too, actually, Steelborn. Rising age of moms. The combo can't be great, huh? They can't be great. Can't even do it. Can't even listen to her. Can't even critique her. So insufferable, I can't even critique her. There was something else. I'm still upset about how I'm still upset about Ed Dutton's performance. I don't like it. I don't like what happened there. So I want to redo. I want to look at this. This is a year ago where Matt Walsh got on Joe Rogan. They were talking about rainbow people. And I wanted to examine his responses and see maybe what he could have said better from a Christian perspective. I like revisiting some of these older things. Dark, $2. Anyone who says problematic deserves jail time. Speaking of jail time, we're at 25 of 50. We do have an hour and a half left, but I prefer not to only be halfway at halfway. So if you guys don't want to go to jail, can we get a reward for ending that horrible video? Hit the goal. Seriously, you guys should actually pay for the fact that I moved you away from that chick. I liberated you. Pay, you know what I mean? Support your local liberator. I'm a gibberator and a liberator. All right. The thing about that debate that stuck with me is them falling back to what is a better model every time, dude. Well, you tell me then. I don't need to. I don't even grant your... This is what they do. Oh, here comes Vagine.
Jiminy, why doesn't the New Testament mention reincarnation, even to refute it?
Reincarnation? I mean, why would it mention it? You know what I mean? I don't know why you'd think it would mention it. It's like the Bible wouldn't, if it's going to teach in parable and in history, in the life of Christ, what's true, it really, by way of truth existing, you could just remove and deny. It doesn't talk about the simulation theory either, though. So it's like, incarnation's stupid, because if incarnation was real and karma was a thing, there would be no moral law. It's impossible. There's no moral law from that perspective. There's nothing immoral. Anyone says, oh yeah, I saw that. Big $10 paying his taxes. Low fat $5 paying his taxes. Jim Bob, you couldn't endure her video because unlike her, your nails don't match your eyeshadow. It's true. Great debate on Saturday, says Scott Andy, for $10. More violin during her stories next time. I know, yeah. In fact, that's what I have. That's what I have to get through these things. I forget that I have all of these fun Stream Deck things. So next time I will certainly use it. No jail, please. Harrison Parker, $5 tax. Thank you so much. Check the nuts, $5 I'm paying to continue naming the merchants. Thank you for that. They all have similar names. Robbie Brown, sorry, not to convince you with the crackhead Bobby Brown. Apologize for that. 200 big buckaroos, calls me a whiner. Apparently whining works. So you guys remind me to whine more. Big shout out to Robbie Brown for a massive $200 super chat. Give that guy a bunch of likes and comments. Thank you so much, Robbie Brown. Holy cow! That is a big super chat! Can you imagine what Vagine could do with that money? I mean, that would be like, in India, that's probably like 10 toilets installed. Speaking of, I won't show the footage. I just saw this guy at Starbucks who was an Indian, and he was sitting on his chair in Starbucks, and he was just shitting his pants, and it was like coming out of his pants, like all on the seat and on the floor. And the Starbucks people, they don't even know what to do anymore. They're like so afraid to be racist. We're at the point where these woke tards are so afraid to be racist that they let Indians shit literally in the store. They were like, "Sir, there's a bathroom," and he was like, "I know." See, they don't know they don't know the distinction between a bathroom and anywhere else. So it's like everywhere's a bathroom. Hey man, go to the bathroom already. Yeah, I know that. I did. Sir? Chris Elmer, $5. Thank you for saving my brain cells from the problematic prattle. I couldn't even do it. I thought it was going to be a good source. Thought it was going to be a gold nugget. Ugh. David James Flood, $5. Some Jort coin to fill the coffers at Jort Knox. Thank you so much. Thank you guys for being good citizens, accepting that, you give Caesar's what is his. Keep the Republic alive. It's his culture. I know. This is the mosaic, the beauty of the mosaic of America, right? That's what they say. It's a melting pot. It's another kind of pot too, apparently. Sir, but I fix your phones. They're really mad at this recent $100,000 thing. Right? You have to pay, minimum of $100,000. I still don't think that's enough. I think we should be looking at which cultures are incompatible. And it doesn't matter how smart they are. It doesn't matter what they're going to bring to Google or engineering or biotech. I don't care. They are not assimilating. I'm seeing it in my own direct hometown. They are not assimilating.
Why would God make people gay in the first place? Well, of course I would say it comes from God. If I didn't believe that, then I wouldn't be Christian.
Why would God?
See, why did he do that already? What is Matt Walsh anyway? Is he Catholic, or even as a Catholic, what do you mean it comes from God? What are you talking about, Matt Walsh? Now, that's what I'm confused. Is he a Calvinist, or is he a Protestant? Is he Catholic? I don't even know what he is. Already. You know what? I need a buzzer. I need a wrong button, like, meh. That doesn't make sense. No. All right.
God make people gay
Well,
if he didn't want them to engage in gay sex.
Joe, I know you're dealing with a lot. That's the one thing Joe is concerned about. Well, let's hear the answer first.
all people have proclivities or towards different sins, different things that we would call sins.
I don't know why well, that's correct, but like, he could have been like, there's no such thing as gay sex, Joe.
Yeah, but if that's like
There's no such thing as gay sex, Joe. Joe. He's like, please? Holy cow! That is a big super chat! Oh my goodness. Elvis Pugsley coming in with another $100 super chat. Massive super chat. There's a video called, quote, Hatred from Patristic Nectar. Say what you want about Josiah Trenum, but a priest probably gets it right. Holy perfect hatred is hate against sins, heresies, fallen angels, is not hatred against humans, hate communism, not commies. Yeah, that was kind of the gist of it. I didn't see that, but it sounds like what he said is probably a more rigorous, authoritative exposition of what I was getting to and why we ought not steer clear of even the word. You know what I mean? Kind of reclaim the word, just like we need to reclaim the rainbow, reclaim what a man and a woman is, and so forth. I think this term hate has really, we kind of let people on it. Like, we're like, all right, you can use it as a floaty device, progressives, atheists. You can use it. We gave them some truth. Okay, you can use the truth. You can use terms like hate and good and truth. Because, maybe we can pull you in if we give you some of the distinctions. And what happened? They just ran with them. And why are we surprised they just completely perverted? Thank you for that, though. I'm going to look that up. In fact, I might even play it on the stream now that you say it, because it's relevant. So once we get through this quick 4 minutes of Joe Rogan being very confused about proclivities, we can take a look at that.
fundamental attractiveness. They're attracted fundamentally to other men.
Well, how can you be attracted to something you can't have sex with? It doesn't make any sense. It's like if there was a human who was attracted to a tractor. How's that for alliteration? I mean, you're gonna be like, God, why? God, good. Why he make guy attracted to tractor? Well, no. What we're attracted to sexually doesn't follow that it's rational. To your attraction, if you're attracted to something you actually can't have sex with, it's not just a sexual perversion you're looking at. It's a perversion of truth that precedes the sexual perversion. And people often miss this part. They go to the activity and they try to describe it, which fair enough you can do and say, this doesn't make sense. But there's something that comes before that, right? You have to pervert truth before you pervert anything else. Like they go hand in hand. So, no. Being attracted to someone or something or an animal or anything that you actually can't properly have sex with is not rational to begin with. At all. It's not. I don't even grant these people sex. That's what's crazy. That's Matt Walsh and the rest of these guys flaw, Ben Shapiro and the rest of them, they actually grant that there's such a thing as gay sex. There's not even biologically, let alone theologically, certainly not biologically. No such thing. $10. C. Andrews' TikTok invasion. These leftists were mad because Trump said he hates his enemy. However, these leftists tried to delete Trump and elected Charlie Kirk, or deleted Charlie Kirk. Yeah. There's nothing new under the sun here. Thank you for your $10. They're all hypocrites. You can't reason with them. There's no reasoning. What's crazy is that the right side of things, we've demonstrated, perhaps to our own flaw, to our own detriment, we've demonstrated that you can reason with us. Like I said in a tweet a couple weeks ago, the left, the progressive side, is so lucky that the people with all the guns are the ones who have some reason and a moral foundation behind them. They're so lucky that we prefer to reason and debate, and we prefer to hold to our moral convictions and our principles, even though we have all the guns. Now, the people without the guns, no wonder they're afraid of people having guns, because they're afraid of themselves having guns, because they are not people who can be reasoned with, and we are, to our own detriment. They are not people who can be moved off their square. We are, to our detriment. We are not people who suddenly go out and eliminate our opposition, even though we could. They are. They're lunatics. None of us are confused about their reactions to basic discourse. None of us. We're no longer surprised. Jack the Guitar Guy, $5. Don't forget, there's a guy that had a relationship with his card, and to keep his relation with it, that's funny. Yeah, there's people having relationships with AI now. There's a chick who's in a relationship with the Mangione guy. Someone made an AI of him, and she's dating, quote, dating the AI of Mangione. This is how sick we are as a culture. We're sick. We're sick.
JB, I am glad that we will be getting more of our countrymen back from the US.
Good.
As I just started a new career as a train engineer and we average deleting around 90 per career. I will be going for the high score.
Yeah. Good. That's good. If we're gonna isolate smart people from different countries, I think the best thing to do, the most virtuous thing to do, is keep them in their countries. Like, if the smartest people in India can't figure out a toilet system, I don't care how smart you are, you don't deserve to be in our country. Because no matter how smart you are, if your value system and the way you live allows for the type of the situations that exist in India, you know what I mean? Why would we want that kind of person or culture that tolerates that kind of stuff? And it's not racist. It's cultural supremacy. That's what it is. People, oh, you're a white supremacist? No, just a cultural supremacist. I'm a theological supremacist. It's not specific to the biology. It's not biological essentialism. It's cultural, though. I was watching, you know what I watched last night, by the way? Sister Act. I might even do a stream on it, Sister Act. You guys watch it recently? Anyone who like Meg Bob and myself, we watch older movies. They seem to be, even their distortion, it exists, but it's less perverse. It's less over the top. It's less gruesome. It's less disgusting. They still do it, though. So Whoopi Goldberg, gotta take a dump. She's much younger. She plays this struggling singer who's in a relationship with a mob boss played by Harvey Keitel. She sees him actually delete someone, and she goes into a protection program. She goes to a monastery with all these nuns, of course, and the fish out of water is both cultural and theological. Of course, she's this atheist, city girl, right, living in sin, and she goes to an all-white convent. And I was watching it from a different perspective. I was looking at it from this cultural perspective, and I was like, it's really interesting that the person from the outside comes in, and there's this key moment where she first gets there, and they sit around the dinner table, and they ask her to say grace, and of course she completely perverts the prayer and puts it all, bundles it all into one thing. It's comical, but at the same time, fairly symbolic, isn't it? That the movie itself demonstrates that there's already incompatibilities right from the start between cultures and theology. And theology, these things are linked together. And you see it, they demonstrate it clearly, total incompatibility. And then what we're sold is that each give and take, you accommodate, right? You accommodate for the other. You bend a little on your principles so the other can participate, and the other kind of moves closer to your direction and lets go of some of their things. And it's like a sort of like a humanist view that if everyone just softens their rigidity, right, softens the sharpness of the shape of their convictions and makes a curved sense of convictions, then we can then put them together without anybody getting hurt or something like this. And it's like the movie, we didn't even finish it, but the movie itself pretty much expressed symbolically, if the convent was itself civilization, long-lasting, anti-materialist, conviction, focused on God, and Whoopi Goldberg represents pluralism in general, not just her being like some black chick from the city. I'm from the city. It's not just that. She represents in that movie something much larger, something that invades. And then what do you do with the invasion? Well, the moral of all of these stories in movies, they properly represent the incompatibility. They have no problem showing the incompatibility of cultures and theology. But their solution is like, well, if we soften everything, then we can all put it in the same bag. You know what I mean? And then Christians who are prone and vulnerable to this view end up softening their convictions. And that's exactly what we've seen in the West. A softening of the sharpness of God. A rejection of the truth, which is the truth as a being and his words are sharp. They divide. They cut through fascia. It's so sharp that it cuts through the thinnest of thinnest layers. You don't soften it. It's not inclusive. It's not inclusivity. Christianity is exclusive, not inclusive. The thing that includes is the gospel, the possibility of trampling death and sin. That's what's inclusive. What's inclusive is that we're all made in the image of God, and because that, we must necessarily exclude certain behaviors that are incompatible with being the image bearer. But what have we done? What have we done? The next version of Sister Act and what it represents is we're at the point where it's no longer cultures that you force to be compatible. You soften one so the other can be elevated. What do we see now with transhumanism, even veganism? Is that, remember the clip I saw where the guy was so excited to be pissed on by an ape? That was him lowering the status of humanity to match the status of the ape. Notice how he didn't do the opposite. You could never declare that the status of the ape elevate to humanity to make us even. What people do to try to equalize everything is they lower the status of what it is to be human to match the animals. You lower the status of your culture and what's expected, decency, codes, laws, abortion, the rest. You soften that to include others. Oh, well, we better set everything to equilibrium then. A nice soft gray sludge we should do. Anyway, you guys should watch it again because it is basically a symbol. If you watch it from that lens, it's wild the kind of things you'll see in the movie. Anyway, Jack the Guitar got $5. Don't forget, there's a guy that had a really... Oh, yeah, I saw that already. Thank you so much. FB, getting us closer to the goal, by the way. We're at 38. 12 more, y'all. 12 more. I mean, if someone tried to delete me, I wouldn't want to have a beer with that person. I don't get what's controversial. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, the same thing is like, if there's cultures that ultimately want to dominate your culture, why would you invite the culture in? Well, no, our culture is it's liberty and justice for all, and basically the thing that's valuable about our American culture is that it includes other cultures that completely dilute the culture. That makes no sense. Rob, thank you so much. I didn't see that before you transferred everyone over. Appreciate you, Rob. Hope to see more raps from you, Rob, in the future. Theocracy Enjoyer, $5. Your debate with Jolly Heretic was great. It also a perfect example of the underdetermination of data. People really don't think on the meta level. Yeah, it was insane, dude. Listening to someone say, well, observation of data, which is exactly what Peterson said. Observation of data is science. What? Bro. That's insane. All right, let's get back to this and we'll move over to the suggested Josiah Trenum video.
Or other women. Why? It seems like something that God gave them. Why would God give you an attractiveness? Or why would you be attracted to the same sex if that was morally reprehensible, if that was against God's will? Why would he instill that lust and that desire and that feeling of being attracted and feeling of being in love with someone of the same sex?
I don't think instilled is not the word that I would use. I don't think God instills it. I think that one of the again you want to get into Christian doctrine. I mean one of the basic elements of Christian doctrine is that we're a fallen species, and so there are many things that come out of our kind of.
It is very low tier from Joe Rogan, but again, he's around people that don't educate him.
Fallen human nature. And we all have, like I said, we all have proclivities towards sin, and no one's going to live a perfect life, To live a moral Christian life is really difficult. Requires a lot of sacrifice, no matter who you are. And that's it. I mean, it's.
Have you wrestled with these thoughts before? Have you had?
He's trying to get Matt Walsh to say he's wrestled with man butt before.
These kind of conversations and really
Joe, we know you have. Have you ever seen the clips with Joe Rogan? I think it's specifically with Shane Gillis. There's like a montage of him saying the most gay stuff ever. Like he's got like a picture of the UFC fighters, and there's a freeze frame of a UFC fighter like kicking someone. And the way Joe Rogan, I won't even repeat it, the way Joe Rogan describes what he's looking at sent Shane Gillis into like nervous laughter, like disgusted but nervous laughter. And then he started asking Joe Rogan, or Joe Rogan's like, yeah, women's hairy armpits. I love it. I love it. He's like, I love that. A little smell too, a little BO. And then he was like, and then Shane was like, and also like what? Like muscular bodies? He's, oh, yeah, yeah. And Shane Gillis was like, oh, you're close, man. You're really close. You're getting close. Then they just laughed at it. I don't even want to show it, though. Like, the way he described, where everyone was like, what? Dude, chill. Dark says for $10, if God real, why physics? That's it. That's it right there. This is new. Haven't heard this before. Take an alcoholic, for example, same thing. Proclivity to alcohol, but cannot have it. Dark, I'm glad you quoted that, because when I examine the problem of evil, the worst possible argument the atheist can take, Epicurus obviously was into some things. Ultimately, the argument is, if God real, why are there any physics at all? Why are there any effects of physics from which I look at, and then from my evaluation, also effects of physics, determine is bad? You know what I mean? Why do I determine it's bad? Which is wild. Like, if your best argument against God existing is that the world operates in a way consistent with cause and effect, I mean, that's crazy. Jason Cassell coming in strong, attempting to finish the Jortlandian taxation campaign in which I threaten all of you consistently, shaming you.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shout out to Dr. Evo. Thank you so much. What a genius musician he is. Go follow Dr. Evo. He's a dude. Got me into recently. I've been learning funk. I want to get into funk bass, so I've been playing my bass off stream, trying to get that one down. You know what I mean? Shout out to my musicians who know what I'm talking about. Get that one down. You guys know how to get that one down? You know what I'm saying? You gotta get that one. You know what I mean? A little bit of one, like a one. Get that one down. Thank you, Jason Cassell. Shout out to Jason Cassell for his monumental ongoing contribution to this channel. It's all you guys keeping this channel alive, by the way. Will I ever take a promotion? Only if it was the most insanely funny one. Actually, let's hear from the chat. If there was going to be some cringe promotion, sponsorship for my channel, what would it be? I mean, what would be funny is like a shoulder workout. There are like these home kits for shoulder workouts. They're really simple, like, push up. It's like a plate that comes with two handles. Like, that would be funny. If like the tension I had with my only sponsorship was that my own body was an inadequate representation of the product's promise, but I wanted it to be so. Because usually you have the after guy going, you want shoulders like this? And I'm doing a different approach. I'm going, do you not want to look like me? Well, come try it out with me. Everybody join me. Buy a shoulder system. Shake weight? How dare you? How unbelievable. That was probably one of the biggest insults that I've had in a while. Unbelievable. All right. I'm going to skip Joe's fascination with homosexuality. And I'm going to find this other thing because it's hate, right? Hatred. Here we go. 1 year ago. Here we go. Let's do this. What would be cringe endorsing Angel Studios? I don't know who that is, but I believe you. I don't know who that is. You know what I should sell? What's that blue stuff that Alex Jones sells? Can I get my own version of that, but it's a different color? What's it called? Methylene blue? Jim Bob wearing a face cutout dinosaur onesie playing bass guitar on a stage. There you go. I'm the before. No, Topher, that's so true. Do you know how many before pictures I have? Anyone else have 15 before photos? I do. I'm trying to find it. I would love to find the right promotion that I could feel confident in reading. You know what I mean? I say too many crazy stuff, though. Let's face it. I say way too many crazy things. Windex, that would be funny if I just promoted Windex.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
I'd say shame. A bidet? That's gross. Stinky paradox. A bidet? Methylene blue sounds... Have you ever seen a methylene blue? I sent that over to Tony. Remember when we did those big crazy commercials with Germicular land whale? Americhunk? I swear, I watched a commercial, not from Alex Jones, but one of the guys who works there, and he was doing the methylene blue thing. And I was like, this is like pretty much exactly like the feeling and the satirical, the parody that we do with Americhunk. But they made it real. Brought to you by the Museum of Natural History. That would be funny. All right. So this is cool. I like that someone did a stream that they just titled Hatred, and a year ago too, because I've just been only thinking about this the last day or so, how this term hatred has been co-opted and stolen by progressives, by even heterodox Christians, soft Christianity, and they took it and really ran with it, and it's been working. You know, it's like a gaslighting project. Where it's like, if you don't accept my view of what hate and love is, then, you know, that's wrong and bad. And we're like, wait a second, hold on a second. Hold on. Let's just calm down, and we'll let Father Josiah Trenum, perhaps do even a better account of it than me. Would you do an Israeli return to the land ad read? You know what I do? I do a fake. Who's that guy? David Wood. David Wood. His sponsored by some weird Etsy handmade in Israel candle wax. I don't even know, dude. Envelope openers, something like this. Yes, I mean, that was. You guys remember that? It was like he was trying to do a roast of Andrew, and then he cuts to this insanely cringe commercials for some sort of Israeli Etsy slop. An Artsa box, yeah, an Artsa box. An Oitza box. If you love Israel, you'll buy goods from them instead of America. Get the Oitza box. Comes with an envelope opener and some coils, as well as a little book on how to hate and reject Christ, brought to you by a Christian on YouTube. What? Bro, why are you making people who hate Christ money. Like that alone, if you're going to be nepotistic, be nepotistic. Hell, man. How do you run a channel for Christianity that funds and supports people who are explicitly anti-Christian? It's the weirdest thing. All right.
Thank you, and thanks a lot for tuning in. I have a reflection for your benefit today that I am entitling Hatred. Hatred. I wish you all good strength, especially for the celebration of the Sunday of Orthodoxy this weekend, and for the rest of the
This is a year old, by the way, so this isn't recent.
days of Great and Holy Lent. Our life, those of us who are living in the falling West and the falling secular culture around us, we have a lot of temptations, of course. Oceans of temptations to think and do terrible things. And these temptations are being presented to Christians today in the most elusive ways, the most attractive ways. They're all dressed up, and they're being presented to us, I would say even pushed down the throats of Christian people, of God-fearing people, from all.
I mean, I feel like I'm not alone here. I'm glad that there's someone else whose beard is at the effect of YouTube turning white in real time, like mine is. So I'm with you.
All sides. They have true champions everywhere. Not only do we have temptations to do terrible things at such epic proportions in our collapsing society, but we also have great temptations to collaborate with others who are doing terrible things. Because in a culture that is running from God into hell, the temptations for Christians abound. It's hard to remain unshackled by these sins.
Mark says, did you guys hear the maniacal Tucker laugh during the speech? Yeah, I actually enjoyed it. That's actually a fair, I actually thought that was great, considering that perhaps 70% of the audience was probably Zionists. I mean, let's face it. That's what's so bizarre about all of this. Tucker Carlson still has massive influence. I mean, they might as well have had well, what's her name turned it down, but I think Candace Owens should have still went. You know what I mean? If you're gonna do like a WWE style sort of thing there, you might as well get everybody in there. But yeah, that was actually, I thought that was pretty ruthless of Tucker Carlson. Like, I don't know why they're pointing to the laugh. The laugh to me was the least palpable, incendiary, deliberately provocative aspect of that talk, right? Wasn't his laugh. It was the fact that he made a parallel between the rejection of Christ then and the rejection of Christ now. And who?
Many who are doing
It was Tucky in full Tucky form. It was like, it's actually the Jews.
terrible things want
And there's probably people in this room, probably like 65% of you, that are still infatuated with Israel.
everyone else to cooperate with them in doing the terrible things. And so to be a doctor today, to be a pharmacist today, I mean, some of you might have noticed that Walgreens and CVS, I think Rite Aid's the only major pharmacy that's now.
Let's skip to the
And so
hatred part.
the temptation to hatred is great. I'm particularly thinking about this because over the years, I have received many letters from Patristic Nectar subscribers and followers sharing their temptations with regards to hatred or despising sinners and sin and those who propagate it in our society. This last week, I received an especially poignant letter, and I'd like to read parts of it as the introduction to my response on the subject of hatred. So here it is. Oh, pain of heart. Hello, Father. I don't know where to begin, really. I'd like to write that I hope I do not offend you by what is to follow. Then he says a few nice things which we can skip. And he says, I understand that what you are about to read will not be easy. However, I must confess this to you. I have a burning hatred in my soul towards anything that threatens Christendom. I especially detest gays and liberals. Please forgive me, Father, when I say that I don't even see them as human beings. The Catholic Church in itself
I just get so mad. I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
I hear you. I hear you.
is an offense. And Pope Francis will not even condemn homosexuality. He says the most blasphemous things with that forked tongue. I feel as though I'm losing my sanity. We live in a world where they abort babies. How did we get here? And as for the Muslims, was it not their prophet Muhammad who married Aisha when she was 6 years old and consummated with her when she was 9? I find these things to resemble nothing of God's creation. I have hatred, Father, yes. I believe I was born in the wrong time. I don't know how to get this hate out of my heart. I just want to have peace. Can you help me? Most kind regards, our struggling friend.
I didn't know that he even got my letters.
This feeling, this horrible temptation that has this beloved person is not just a temptation that he faced. I think that there's so much acrimony and so much hatred in our culture as a whole. We despise those with whom we disagree, and particularly people who have righteous standards, who know that there is a God in heaven and that his word is true, feel incredible grief and have this temptation crouching at their door to move from grief to hatred. And it's to that I'd like to say a few words so that we can be spared this horror of hatred. So what about us? Remember our Savior's incredibly beautiful words, what our sweet Savior said at the core of his teaching in the Sermon on the Mount. He said this, "You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you, so that you may be sons of your Father who is in heaven." This is fundamental. This is foundational, basic Christianity. And that is that the world hates those who oppose them, and even those righteous, those religious people in the world who don't have the example of Christ may think that it's pious to hate those who propagate evil. Jesus said it's not true. If it was true, if that's God's attitude, then he wouldn't cause his sun to rise on the wicked and the good. He wouldn't send rain on the righteous and the unrighteous. And we are, those who are in Christ, share a filial relationship with God. We're his children, sons and daughters of his children. And if our Father's character is to love the wicked and be patient with the wicked, we cannot defy that without manifesting ourselves as not being related properly to God. So this is number one. Remember our Savior's words in the Sermon on the Mount. The very measure of our true Christian faith that we're related to Christ is that we refuse to allow hatred of enemies, but instead we cultivate the very opposite. We learn to relate to our enemies the way that Christ related to his and continues to relate to his. That is love. Number two, remember the cross. The manifestation, the supreme manifestation of our Savior's love is in his sacrifice, in which he poured out upon the cross his blood to wash away the sins of the whole world, to cover them as a great ilasmos.
The big Nick says, so Jesus never flipped the tables? No, I don't think he's saying that. He's ultimately pointing to that if hatred is like vengeance, then that's not the same as like rejection. Like you can reject, you can hate in a biblical sense and reject, but the thing you do right? When you act on that, like that's when you're going to determine whether or not you're aligned with God or not.
A sacred covering, an expiation of the sins of the whole world. He didn't just do that for righteous people, because there are no righteous people. He did it for sinners. Sinners who, because of their sins, deserve death. And he covered us all. He bore all of our sins. He bore all of our sicknesses, all of our weaknesses, and fought death on our behalf and conquered it for all people. Remember the gospel and what it has done to us, how we were won to Christ. Not because
Autish says, flipping a table is taking a deep breath to give forgiving. Yeah, that's actually pretty merciful. Flipping a table is like what? Flipping a table, God flipping a table in place of what he could do is like a parent, I don't even know, like not letting the kid eat ice cream that one day of the week or something like this.
Because we were good, upstanding, righteous people. But in the depths of our sins, he came to us and he washed us and he saved us. There's an incredible text. I should read it to you. It's some reflections from St. Paul in his first epistle to the church in Corinth, chapter 6, where he's describing the behavior, the sins that, if practiced as a habitual lifestyle, will exclude someone from inheriting the kingdom of God. It starts as a very scary passage, and then it ends with this climax.
The thing is, like, hatred or rejecting the sin or hating the sin. The thing is, like, correcting people. Like, I always look at it from the perspective of being a father, because being a father in the church is being a lowercase non-clergy priest. And the priest corrects his parishioners, right? He doesn't hate them. He rejects, if you want to use the word hate as rejection, if the parishioner is off, if he's bringing heresy, if he's acting wild, in a sense, the priest is, as the spiritual father, is rejecting, if you want to use the term reject instead of hate, he's hating, or synonymous, I should say, hating that misalignment. And with love, he's correcting it. So it's like there's nothing about rejecting sin or loving your enemies. There's nothing about loving your enemies says you don't correct them, right? There's nothing about loving the people who have fallen into sin in your culture. There's nothing inconsistent with loving them and putting them into jail, right? Some might even say, at the extreme level, there's nothing incompatible with forgiving your enemy and sentencing him to death. That's a more extreme version, but
climax of grace. He says, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived, neither fornicators or idolaters or adulterers or effeminate or homosexuals or thieves or the covetous or drunkards nor revilers or swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. Woo! Sheesh. Laying it down. Those who wallow in sins, those who love their sins and practice them, will not inherit the kingdom of God. But listen to what he says next. And such were some of you, but you were washed, you were sanctified, you were justified in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ and in the Spirit of our God. What a beautiful text. No, the church.
Loving your enemies simply means do not hate them, doesn't mean you can't correct them. Yeah, correct. But there's a version, a soft version of Christianity that's saying don't correct them. Like there's a soft version of ecumenism that's pulling in broken beliefs and not telling them to repent and correct themselves. God loves you just the way you are equates to God loves what you're doing. What you do is who you are. That's kind of what the, especially in the realm of like the rainbow people, they've completely and entirely conflated the two, that what you do is who you are. Why do you hate me? I'm just being myself. No, you're acting a certain way. A quick reductio would just simply be like, okay, well, why don't you say the same for pedos? They're just being themselves. Plus, it's loving to correct, right? It's if you're going to take the term hate as a form of rejection, then even rejecting something is an act of love. So, what we're trying to do is separate how, like, there's often a equivocation with the word hatred that we're trying to disambiguate here. Now, I don't know if he does it. Someone who suggested this video from Father Josiah Trenum on Patristic Nectar called Hatred, that whoever sent me this, are you aware if throughout this video he does actually disambiguate hatred in the sense that it's colloquially used today and what it's meant from a Christian lens?
Which is full, top to bottom, with sinners who didn't defend their sins but repented of their sins, were won to a change of life by the love of God. This is our confidence. Remember God's patience. Thank God that he hasn't brought his judgment down upon those who are propagating wickedness. St. Peter says this to those who were opposing the apostles and mocking them because the promise that they made of Jesus' return and of the judgment to come, these opponents hadn't seen yet. And they said, where is the promise of his coming? And he says, remember this. Peter answers them and says, God is not slow about keeping his promise, but is patient towards all men, not wanting any to perish, but all to come to repentance. 2 Peter 3:9. What a text.
This is a good point here. Does a loving doctor ignore his patient's habits and symptoms? Yeah, you would correct him. And that's a perfect analogy there, because if the church is not if, it is a spiritual hospital. It's a hospital for the spirit. Just as we have hospitals for the body, we have hospitals for the body, soul, and mind. And if we are an extension of that, even without a clergy authority, we're still called as fathers of our family to correct, to be nurses, so to speak. If they are the doctors, we are the nurses, and we're still going to call out and correct our own, right? And it wouldn't be loving to not correct. It would be unloving, in fact, to say, you do you, bro. You'll figure it out, bro. No, you just follow your own commands. Just follow your intuition. I hope you find it. Whatever you do, you do. Live your life. It's like, what? It's not even what our children want from us. Our children, for those of you who are fathers, know this. Every day our experience of our children is they're simultaneously rejecting our guidance and our correction and demanding it at the same exact time. It's a weird paradox with children, isn't it? Well, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that doesn't change once we grow up. Just because we reach puberty, grow hair, get families, get jobs, get into debt, buy a car, and the rest, talk differently, learn more words, it doesn't mean that we're out of the category insofar as being children in the spiritual sense. So we're always rebelling against the authority and also declaring ourselves the authority, or rebelling against authority and simultaneously blaming people for not being our fathers.
We should recognize that the delay in God bringing the judgment upon the world is something to give thanks to God for. It's a model of his patience to give us opportunity to repent from our sins.
Which is why a fatherless nation is a nation in the direction of hell. And I don't just mean certain groups of people who habitually abandon their family more than others, that too. But the distinction father itself, if you don't have the father, the heavenly father, if you don't have that, in addition to the bride, the bride of Christ, a marriage, then what is there? I mean, you could have a society that has all of their families fully intact, mother, father, biologically, and they could still not have the father. You know what I mean? Like, you could still not have that objective body of correction. No hierarchy. There's nothing patriarchal in place. It's just, okay, well, we have the units in place. That's why it's not the best argument if you're going to argue from a political, socio-economical position, which we commonly do online, that just reproducing and just having the thing called the family as a unit, a mother, a father, and kids, that's not actually enough. That's still not enough. So, be careful when you go, they're based. If suddenly the Church of Satan values family units from a strictly material, biological perspective, be careful of what you call based at that point, because those people are still without the Father.
This is what we hope for those who are loving sin and propagating it in our societies, that they'll take advantage of the patience of God and repent. Number 4, or I guess this is number 5. Number 5, we should assume and deeply believe in our heart that
Proper FPV says, the thing I don't like about the Bible is it's obviously not true. Proper FPV, I would argue that that you actually have no standard for your epistemology. What you think is obvious, honestly, there aren't obvious things. So, being obviously false, when you say things like that, you're basically appealing to your own experience of things. And we could just as well say it's obviously true. And guess what? If you don't have to provide an epistemic criteria for what constitutes obvious, then neither do we. Congratulations.
that apart from the grace of God.
What's more likely, resurrection or someone wrote a story? Well, that's a false binary, first of all. That's called a false dilemma. Second of all, you don't have access to likelihood. You don't even know what's required for likelihood. I'll teach you right now, proper, since you're being a bit mouthy. In order to have likelihood, proper FPV, is you need to access favorable outcomes and unfavorable outcomes. So in regards to resurrections, well, it's actually, first of all, you might actually have favorable outcomes, resurrections. There are people you thought were dead. There are, even today, there are people who are, based on your scientific criteria, dead and come back to life. Okay? So likelihood, it's still possible, right? Even from a materialist perspective, where you have an unjustified situation that goes against everything you determine to be inductively true, likelihood based on the past, present, assumption of the future, and it violates it, and you can't say anything about it. So, I mean, ultimately, proper, you were a Christian for 40 years? No, you weren't. Not even close. What do you mean you're a Christian for 40 years? What'd you do for 40 years? Resurrection is the most unlikely event possible. Well, the thing is, you have a problem. You're saying miracles themselves can't be true because they're unlikely. Well, a miracle, based on your definition, would definitionally be unlikely. So you can't use unlikely to refute miracles if definitionally, if a miracle did exist in your worldview, it would be unlikely. You've just defined a miracle out of existence by appealing to the thing that it would be defined as. That's circular, right? You're way behind, right? You may have been a, quote, Christian for 40 years, but clearly you never tackled the other elements of a worldview, including epistemology. You never even once got into the realm of criteria of how you know things, cross-examining how... You're a classical foundationalist for 40 years, clearly. That's what you were for 40 years. And by the way, you may in your worldview proper graduated from Christianity, from your view, but you were always a classical foundationalist, and you still are. You were never not that. And that's your problem. That's your problem, is that you're still just a foundationalist. Your Christianity, by the way, necessarily needed to fail because it was foundationalist. And now your rejection of Christianity, coincidentally, is also foundationalist. You just grant yourself a bunch of things. And then you critique Christianity, right? You held to Christianity from a self-evidentialist position, and now you reject it from a self-evidentialist position. That's why you were never really Christian, because you never tackled the worldview as a whole. You just tackled claims, and then you learned naturalism and empiricism to then examine the claims of the Bible. And congratulations, you just moved from one empirical position to another. Okay.
God, we'd be one of those people. Apart from the grace of God, there go I, St. Paul says. And though we despise.
I was a Christian until I realized the truth. Well, proper FPV, watch, I'll ask you one basic question, see if you can answer it in good faith. What is the ultimate grounding and foundation for what is true? What's possible and not possible? Watch this. Watch how quickly he gets silent. Let me guess. What's evidently true? What's empirically true? What can be measured? Watch. Proper. You said you learned the truth. Can you give me the basis, the very foundation, the grounding for what truth, capital true, is from your view? Watch how quickly this ends, his entire thing. I don't want to do this, but I have to.
Is evil. Absolutely.
Jim Bob, in your view, Shannon Shaneberg, at what point is violence, revolution, evil warranted? Oh, revolting against evil warranted? Well, I think it's not evil if it's justified. So if any violence that's justified would necessarily, from a Christian view, not be evil. So you can go from self-defense at the individual level to the town level to the nation level, and I would say violence is justified. I would say violence is justified when someone is doing something in public that violates the law. It could lead, in a Christian nation, it could lead to sinning, even something as light as sinning in public, especially. It could be something that's deemed illegal that you could use violence against. So just swap rights with the violation of rights and swap it linguistically with sin, So I would say that line might not even be super clear, to be honest, Shannon, but at least the standard is clear as far as what's informing the use of violence. Like if Christianity, Christian ethics informed law, then it's definitionally informing when to use violence. So even if each case needed to be examined, you can still draw out general cases for violence, because we already have that, by the way. We just take a rights-based position instead of a duties-based position. I wouldn't even be opposed to potential lawful violations in a society, a legal violation, if you don't fulfill your duties. I would go even that far. So,
despise it. We remember that we could very well be the ones propagating the evil if it wasn't for the grace of God in our life. It's not because we were righteous people that God found us, not at all. It's because he's so humble, he bowed low. He came into our own tax collecting booth, so to speak, to find us.
So anyway, I think we got the gist of this. Go watch the rest of this. I would say give Patristic Nectar a follow and a like on this particular video as well. But I just wanted to bring something up now that I mentioned it with proper in the chat. For those of you who are maybe lost with some of these terms, I just want to read it to you so you know what I'm talking about. So proper coming in with evidentialism, what's self-evident. He's saying things like truth. By the way, I don't know if did he ever say what his basis was? Proper, I wanted a really clear response from you if you could. You said, I came to the truth. Okay. What is the basis? How do you ground truth? Okay. That's what we're asking you, because you keep using the term true, but we're going to demonstrate that what you claim to be true ultimately is going to be arbitrary from your own position. And if it's arbitrary from your own position, you don't actually have a defeater to Christianity, okay? So let me just read this general definition of classical foundationalism. Let me see. Let me see a very clear one here. This one might work. Foundationalist theories of epistemic justification is a view about the structure of epistemic justification or knowledge, like reasonable belief in something. The foundationalist thesis is, in short, that there are some, quote, basic or foundational beliefs that have a positive epistemic status. They count as justified or as knowledge without depending on any other beliefs for this status. Any other beliefs with a positive epistemic status must be depend ultimately on foundational beliefs. So basically, things are axiomatic or they're evident, or the reason why this is already flawed from the beginning is that you're granting yourself evaluation of the external world to come to these things that you claim to be axiomatic. So, Jay argues against this very well in his calls, because when you ask someone who holds some sort of view that things are sort of self-evident, right? If you go over to Taco's channel, do you deny a self-evident truth and naturalism? Well, you start to realize very quickly that if you start questioning the method in which is required to then come to this conclusion that something's evident or self-evident, right, or axiomatic or basic, you quickly see that there's a pre-existing assumption that you're properly intaking inputs, that you're properly evaluating the inputs, and that you're coherently even uttering the conclusions, by the way. You assume there's an external world that then can be evaluated to begin with. You assume that the regularity of nature will maintain, has a relationship to the past, present, and future. You assume there's a thing, a metaphysical thing, or even a material thing you might claim, if you're a naturalist, called the mind, and that your mind isn't like other minds. So you start to see once, right away, right from the definition alone, you start to see that, this is not sufficient. Why? This is how it bridges to tag argument, by the way. Tag only covers generally how it's argued, just knowledge, right, in the syllogism. But it's not limited to knowledge, because when you look at this definition of classical foundationalism and all of the things that are assumed in order to gain one more free assumption called basic or foundational beliefs or positions that you just claim are justified. Oh, they're just justified. Why? Because they're justified. Because that's what basic means. They're automatically, I accept them, right? Matt Dillahunty for the win. The reason this goes to tag is because you start to realize very quickly that in order for basic or foundational beliefs to even be entertained, there are a set of preconditions that need to be true, that need to be the case. So that pretty much moves you off of that position immediately. Because the only move you could make is, okay, sorry, let me clarify. I have basic foundational beliefs, but they rely on other things being basically true before I believe things, right? Okay, well, now you're dependent. Now it's dependent on something else, okay? That's why things lead to tag. Everything ends up leading to tag. Simply put, everything leads, as far as epistemic criteria and justification, everything leads to the fact that there is a set of necessary preconditions that need to be the case before we even examine a foundationalist view as being true. Now, this little sidetrack is actually for the chat. just because a lot of these terms come up, and sometimes I forget that people maybe didn't look them up, and so it's good to review. It's probably not for Proper. I doubt Proper is listening to any of this, by the way. And that's not surprising. No offense to Proper, but this is what happens. You ask them basic things like, when he says it's clearly not true, whatever it is, give me the methodology and the grounding, ultimate grounding for what is true and what's not true. You ask him this question. Asking this question moves you away from this foundationalist view immediately. That's why people hate tag and presup so much, is because we don't give them this like free toolkit. Because we would argue the toolkit from even a general divine conceptualism, the toolkit itself is borrowed from Christianity. Oh, well, what do you mean? Why can't you just grant me mind, information, meaning, language, mathematics, universals, particulars, laws of logic? Why can't you just grant me the little box? I thought everyone gets a box. I thought everyone got a free crate in the mail. Nope, sorry. It's not free, dude. It's not free at all. We're not giving you any of it anymore, by the way. Anyway, hope you gained something from that little side rant. It's somewhat solipsistic. It is. I've heard a sort of a clap back to that where they're like, well, if you ground it in God, then that's solipsistic. Which would probably be true if God was in the same category as creatures. It would probably be the entailment. That it would be also solipsistic, but not from the perspective of a necessary, eternally uncreated mind, the source of all knowledge, all good, all epistemology, all universals, all particulars. Anything mind-dependent, grounded in an absolute mind. Then creation, then we can examine the world after. What else we got here? Do we got two dissonants? Proper. You guys are willing to be in the Discord. I don't know if I'll move over because it flatlines the stream every single time. It doesn't do it with Jay's stream. It doesn't flatline the stream. It doesn't do it with Andrew's stream to get opposition. But for mine, for some reason, it's the death rattle. Presuppositions are not a path to truth. That's a performative contradiction. That's a presupposition. Proper FPV, you are so behind. I'm sorry, I don't mean this in a condescending way. I'm trying to be nice. But you're so behind in philosophy, and this is coming from generally a novice from me. When you say presuppositions are not a path to truth, that is a presupposition. You're presupposing something. The scientific method, by the way, Proper, you're in another contradiction, doesn't actually get you to truth either. It's inductive, dude. You are so lost. This is embarrassing. Scientific method doesn't produce truth, dude. Doesn't produce truth. What are you saying, man? Hey, Proper, did you know that the scientific method is inductive? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? That the scientific method is inductive? Did you know inductive is about likelihood? Did you know that? Unbelievable. Vincent DeVecchia, $20. Thank you so much. Can you explain why foundational beliefs need a precondition for preconditioned truths? Yes. Here's an example. If I show you a car, both of us are colorblind. You see it as blue, and I think it's red, but it's actually gray. Well, the question, Vincent, you're talking about the particular of the color of a car, but even knowledge of gray and blue already assumes some sort of collection of knowledge. But you're talking about knowledge after you give yourself foundationalism. So we don't deny that there are descriptive truths about the world once the world operates a certain way. When we talk about why foundational beliefs need something before it, what we're saying is that the world needs to be a certain way over time in order for you even to start operating from a foundational system. And so what we're saying is that the foundational system doesn't actually give you the preconditions. Just like science, look, here's a good analogy. Science requires the philosophy of science, right? So we all agree on this, that you can't do science unless you presuppose all of this whole set of things that aren't produced by science. So it's a perfect example. It's like a microcosm of the problem, is that you have to assume a bunch of metaphysical statements and truths that aren't produced by the empirical method. They're not produced by evidentialism. They're not produced by empiricism or science, but you assume them. It's a perfect example. The same. It's a mirror of the problem. So then you have to then presuppose all of these things that aren't granted by evidentialism. So what justifies them if it's not evidentialism? See, foundationalism works backwards. It thinks it's getting to truth by doing this method, and the Christian presuppositionalist, the tag arguer, argues, no, you're actually starting from something being ultimately true, preceding empiricism. This is what drives home the dichotomy. There's only one dichotomy. There's only two options here. Knowledge is either discovered, we would call that theonomous, or autonomous, totally crafted. Proper here in the chat, they think that truth is like built like Legos from humans, as opposed to discovered. So that's the best way I can put it, right? Let me see. Proper. A fool is someone who believes without evidence. Interesting. Can you give me an evidence of a belief? Proper. A fool is someone who believes without evidence. The statement itself is not an evidential statement. Proper. Do you understand the problem you're in? The statement, watch, I'll do it slow. Proper FPV said a statement. The fool is someone who believes without evidence. If that's true, that statement is not based on evidence. Do you understand? He doesn't understand. I got to play the retard sound.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? What would you say if I... What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded? What would you say if I told you I was mentally retarded?
Shame.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
If I told you I was mentally retarded?
Anyway, it's not, let's face it, it's not for Proper here. Proper is fodder. He's an example. He's a piñata. He's a piñata. It's for you guys to understand it. It's for the audience to understand this engagement here. They're in a contradiction all the time. They're constantly saying truth claims that aren't evidential, and it still doesn't go in their head. Why? I'm reminded myself, you know what I need? I need a Stream Deck asset that says it's spiritual, not intellectual. It's spiritual, not intellectual. If you guys keep thinking, and by you guys, I mean me, if I keep thinking that these people have an intellectual problem, I have a problem. It's now my problem. You're going to get all flustered. You're going to get mad quicker. You're going to get short-tempered. You're going to get quick to anger. This is like one of my like personal crosses to bear, is when people go, Jimbo, you just get so feisty. It must be Italian in you. Or maybe, oh, Jimbo, you're so quick to anger and insulting. Yeah, that's true. But I'm starting to see the thing here. Instead of coping and saying it's just part of my personality, I keep thinking that this is an intellectual problem. I keep thinking if these people know more about philosophy, then they'll really figure it out. No, maybe that's not true at all. Maybe I should stop thinking that. Maybe that's what's making me so mad. You know what I mean? That's probably what makes me so mad.
I just get so mad.
It's just annoying. You know, it's like, it's annoying to watch someone say something that is itself a contradiction, but not understand that it's a contradiction or care. They don't even care. They just don't care. Oh, let me just say a bunch of things that aren't based in evidence. Let me just say more things that aren't based in evidence. Okay, cool. All right. We got it. All right. Not to belabor it. Proper remains unconvinced. Yeah. Yep. Unconvinced. I'm totally unconvinced. What else we got here? What else? Anything in the science world I'm always tracking. I'm getting more and more comfortable debating evolution from the cross-examination position. And so I think I might actually focus on opponents in that world. And I think I could probably access some pretty good ones, honestly. Like Dave Farina. Maybe do a 2-on-2. Ask who's that wavy-haired queef face? Forrest Valkai. All those types of people. I might do an evolution series debate. Would be cool. You know, because we did that Mormon thing. It'd be pretty cool to do the evolution one, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be nice? Start a new goal. You suck at grifting. Oh, yeah. Well, they kept coming in even without the goal, but yes. Here, I'll make this one. Here, this is meta. Roast JB on his terrible grifting. This is meta right here. This is super meta. This is going to prove that I'm actually a better grifter than you guys ever thought. By thinking that I'm not is a trick to demonstrate that I am, and the grift is that you never know that I am. But you always think I'm not. See, watch. So now you have to roast me with the super chats on how bad I am at grifting. And it should go like this. Jim Bob is so bad at grifting, X. Where are these naturalists still? Are they in the chat still? Evolution is the most verifiable theory in science. Bro, you don't even know what's required for a theory to exist. Proper FPP. You don't even know. You tell me. I'll ask you right now, buddy. Proper FPV. Can you tell me what are the preconditions? What are the necessary components for something to be called a scientific theory? Tell me right now. Because your boy Eddie Dutton didn't know. It's always the same with these guys. Evolution proponents, I thought they were going to be like my, what do you call them? The guy at the end of the boards, right? The final bosses. They're not. They're like hors d'oeuvres. The evolution proponents are like hors d'oeuvres. It's the weirdest thing. I thought they were going to be like, oh, I got to get these guys. These are the last on the list. They're not. It's not. It's like dropping my kid off at, daycare and just kicking a bunch of kids on the way out. You know what I mean? Like just beating up on little kids. Metal Stelfos, $10. Worst grifting ever. Here's some money. See? Worst. See? Still the worst, right? Watch. $5. Oh, you mean like atheist preconditioned truth on morality? Yes. Yep. Jim Bob is so bad at grifting, you only got $5. See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? The worst. The worst. They don't even know what a scientific theory is. That's what's so sad. See, what do we get here? I didn't ask about your story about the fossil narrative. I'm not calling it the fossil record anymore. I'm tired of giving you the words like hate, rainbow, truth. I'm not giving you the term record anymore. The fossil let me read this. We have a detailed fossil narrative with the most advanced life form. Advanced? What does advanced mean? You don't even know what advanced means. By the way, proper, there's no such thing as advanced in evolution. We already know you don't know what you're talking about. Not even evolution proponents would grant you the term advanced. They'd say, I wouldn't call it advanced. Form, let me read the whole thing. It's hard to get through even one of these statements. We have a detailed fossil narrative with the most advanced, quote, life forms in the newest layers of life becoming more simple and alike the farther we go back in time. Really? Really? So you're saying a flagellum, is that simple or advanced? Tell me, proper, is a flagellum advanced or simple? What's the criteria for advanced? How do you know the threshold? He doesn't. Anything that's simple would have to also be advanced at the same time. Anything advanced would have to be simple in its form. It's like they have no standard for anything. They're gibberators. These people are poets. They are the slam poetry of biology. They are like what do they call it? The beatniks or whatever? Those like dirty gypsy poets in San Francisco, Jack Kerouac. They're like that, but for biology. Any research into ring species? Wrecked at grifting. Thank you. Let me do that now, actually. Live researching. Advanced. That's what's so funny. It's just hilarious. Advanced. They have zero criteria. That's what's so frustrating. They just say these things. Fossil record. That's funny. The fossil record says nothing. Your interpretation is all you have. And all you do is you take what's supposed to be the theory and then you interpret the data from the theory. That's cheating. A proper scientific theory.
Evolution is real. I saw a cool 3D animated video of dinosaurs walking.
Yes, I know.
Accept you were once a banana.
I was a banana, and Adam Green is right about evolution. Yep. More simple. So funny. He won't even answer these questions. That's what's so frustrating. Just like Ed Dutton. They say a statement. I go, can you give me how you know that? And these words, how do you know, is like the kryptonite to these people. If they were superhuman, if they were Superman and there was like a funny episode of Superman where he's just an Evo proponent, like he's just running around going, the fossils. Everything leads back to one simple form and we all came from that. Okay, cool. How do you know that? They lose it. They fly right out of the sky. They're sitting there with their fists forward, their Superman outfit on, and they fall right out of the sky. Rachel Wilson, $10. Thank you, Rachel. Andrew watched the whole debate with Dutton and said he thought you crushed him. I still haven't watched. It was embarrassing, Rachel. It was embarrassing. It was actually unfulfilling. Honestly, if Andrew feels like this every time he debates these people, I don't know how he does it. I don't know how he does it. The feeling of closing the debate and going down, you don't even want a beer. You don't even want to celebrate. It's like you ruined a Down syndrome bowling party. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, sorry. Sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, Ed. Evolution is real. Oh, yeah, I just saw that. Thank you for that. That's funny. Edward Longshanks, adding to Jim Bob's failure to grift. I saw a large Nazi account on Gab posting some of your memes with some nasty language. I think most of the WN accounts on Gab are feds. I stopped using Gab. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Like, it's whether they naturally adopt dummies or they purposefully do that to sort of blemish the movement, a general movement that's reasonable. You know, like spreading Christianity, you know, having more of our laws informed by Christianity. I think the best way to subvert that is to take seemingly pro-right people and just completely pervert the message. That's the best. Don't they call that COINTELPRO? I think it's COINTELPRO. That seems to be the best way for them to do it. David James Flood, $5. Jim Bob is so bad at grifting, Vagine wouldn't even employ him as a street beggar in Poopistan. That was the best one so far, David. That was the best one so far. So, I didn't agree to a debate on Modern Day Debate. Well, I think that was James. No offense to James over there, but one criticism, if you want my help, if you want some input, James, when you reach out to people to be debaters on your channel, which is known to be a debate channel, you got to explicitly tell them this is a debate. If they say, I don't want a debate, but I'll do a conversation, you have to tell me, the rabid dog who's going to try to bite the head off the opponent. You have to tell me that it's not a debate, make it more conversation. Fine, I'll do it. You could just ask me, It'll still get contentious, but you could at least ask me, can you take a conversational approach? Sure, I'll do it. Just give me some beer. Jim Bob is so bad at grifting that his viewers have to remind him to take their money. It's like watching a homeless man sit on the sidewalk all day without his cup. Yeah, it is. I'm learning so much. I really am. I need to make more funny commercials about, grifting you guys. That's the thing. I'm always, thinking about creative. I want it to be a worthwhile exchange, instead of just looking at you and shaming you, which is becoming increasingly fun, by the way. Sort of establishing, a moderate contention. I wouldn't call it disdain, but a moderate provocation of my own chat. Coke's $20, he actually says nothing. That's how I'm so bad at grifting that Coke's doesn't even have words. Oh. All right. Look, evolution in action, ring species. Let's take a look. I didn't look at this. So I'm doing this live, right? This is a risk. It might refute me. It might actually prove evolution to be true right now with these little salamanders. Oh, I miss being a child and collecting salamanders. That's what I miss about the Catskill Mountains growing up there. I know we have some lizards or something here, in Colorado, but it's generally kind of dry. And so my kids, they can only catch ants, maybe some spiders, praying mantises, crickets. They don't have this, the amphibians available, and I'm kind of sad about that. A little bit sad. I have to do a vacation just for them to do catching frogs. I'll think about that. JB Peltier, $5. Try, quote, last one to give me $2 is gay. I will not use the gay thing. Big blowing Benjamin did that, and I will not. That's the line. That's my line. Okay? Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you call Owen Begbear? I do. I call him Begbear. What's the contradiction I heard, Seamus? Do you ever say something as a complete thought? Or do we only get cryptic, unrelated, fragmented projections of your broken mind? Do we ever get a full thought from you? Ever? It's you're like an ankle biter, but it's not even a bite. It's like a scratch. It's like a dog with one tooth. You can't even fully bite my ankle. I'd rather you just take a chunk. But you're like, I'm going to scratch you with my one tooth that I have left. And I'm like, what is that? Was that a bite? Was that a nibble? What is going on down there? One shot, $5. Idaho, bro. We got tons of frogs, toads, salamanders. Catch them all the time. Yeah. They would like that. All right. This is evolution in action, okay? You guys ready to all be disproven? You ready? It's just a question. I didn't give any thoughts. Oh, shut up, dude. This is why people listen to you less. You know what I mean? Because then you pretend. You're like, you say something that's implied, and then when we catch you on it, you go, I didn't do it. I'm just. It's like, just tell me, dude. Tell me.
The evergreen and deciduous forests of California's coastal ranges and the western side of the Sierra Nevada form a habitat rich with amphibian life. But one species found in these forests has become very important in the world of evolutionary science.
Evolutionary science, that's funny.
The photographs you are seeing are all Ensitini escholtzi, the Ensitina salamander, from various places in the mountains surrounding the San Francisco and San Joaquin valleys. What makes this tiny 3-inch-long amphibian so important to biological science?
Holy 15-year-old video? Seriously. 18, actually. 18 years.
Science.
Proper says, evolution is a verifiable process. Cool. Tell me the process where random selection produces a liver. Tell me the process if it's verifiable, buddy. Let me put that in the basket of another question you won't answer. Chair throwing Italian. Nice. Nice. I can relate. I can prove evolution right now. My inferior Canadian money will become superior American fun bucks. Who's evolving? Are you devolving or are we evolving?
Each of these salamanders is able to freely interbreed with neighboring populations, except one pair. At the southern end of the valley, near the Tehachapi Mountains, the habitat of two subspecies, the yellow-blotched Ensitina and the Monterey Ensitina, overlaps. Yet we do not find any hybrids between them. They cannot interbreed. Why is this?
So let me get this straight. One of the best arguments for evolution, which requires the ongoing breeding, is the fact that certain species that are similar to other species can't breed.
The answer lies in evolution.
Boom, roasted, wrecked, over, done, cooked, baked, gone.
The Ensitina salamander is an example of speciation in action, the gradual evolution of one parent species into two distinct daughter species.
They are the same species as far as their clade. Please tell me when that salamander becomes no longer a salamander. And why should we assume that eventually it would become not a salamander? Please.
The ancestral population of California's Ensitina salamanders entered the coastal ranges from Oregon's Cascade Mountains. As the species spread further south, the Central Valley formed a barrier where the salamander could not inhabit, so the diffusing populations became isolated from one another, one moving into the Sierra Nevada and the other into the coastal ranges. As they continued to spread southward, each population faced unique environments to which they had to adapt.
Okay, cool. They had to adapt. Now you have to introduce, from an evolutionary view, a random mutation that produces some sort of trait that allows them to adapt, even though it's totally random. It has nothing to do with the environment. The environment doesn't tell the animal to adapt, by the way. This is what's such a mess. They take this position that things adapt from random mutation and that the trigger point is the environment. They had to adapt. No, they didn't. From a random mutation perspective, they didn't have to do anything. So this is something I'm seeing that's going to help me in my debates against these people, is that they constantly flip the position. One position is that the environment somehow sort of provokes the animal to adapt. And then the other position of natural selection is that the animal accidentally and randomly does this thing, and then only after some time does the environment, quote, select for it because it accidentally was advantageous. They run both at the same time. You know what I'm saying? They run this story, oh no, animal in a new environment, it must adapt. And you go, okay. So did it adapt because it had it already in the sequence? That the instructional packet already told it how to adapt automatically, responsive to stimuli? Or is the evolutionary view true that random mutation produces some sort of new genetic information to the line, to the genetic code line, and then it results in some sort of appendage or something? Which is it? They can't even decide. They can't decide. It's both. It's one. It's the other. It's both. It's one. It's the other. They can't ever tell you.
They were subjected to different criteria of natural selection. With the passage of time, and many generations later, the descendants of these two populations converged again at the south end of the valley. By that time, they had genetically drifted so far apart that interbreeding was
over and over, so we could all be here together. Red Heart
Grandpa
emoji.
Monkey. Yeah, shout out to all of our Grandpa Monkey. Shout out.
no longer.
I actually like Grandpa Monkey's Grandpa Fish a little bit more than the monkey, but whatever.
Possible. In effect, they had become two separate species. This is perhaps the best
They all still look like salamanders to me.
known example of what is called a ring species, a parent population.
Eventually, they will be so different from their parent species, they will no longer breed. Yeah, that's actually not an advantage, dude. All that tells me is that they made it even hard. That makes it even harder for them to survive. Hello, proper FPV. If the whole idea of natural selection is that the mutations produce some sort of divergence from the original family. By the way, you granted yourself an original family. You've said nothing. Guess what? The parent species is always not the parent species. It always has to be something derivative of another parent species. So you have basically Mormonism. What Mormons do for the Heavenly Father, you guys do for the natural father, right? Notice how they arbitrarily define that there's this initial family, the parent species, and then there's this defective kid species. No wonder evolution proponents are so enthralled with evolution, is because it actually is a reflection of their own defective relationship to parents. They're like, yeah, it totally makes sense. I'm a defect from my parents. Yeah, but the problem is there's no such thing as a parent species under evolution, because each parent species, I'll say it very slowly for proper, each parent species is not actually the parent species. It's a child species from another parent species, and so on, just like God the Father in Mormonism. It's pathetic. It's actually pathetic at this point to believe in evolution.
And radiates around a central barrier.
He just says population dynamics. Meaningless. We can observe this happening. This is what evolution is. You're not saying anything, dude. You're not even listening to what I'm saying. Evo proponents are in sort of a haze. They're in like an NPC automated response. They don't even understand the defeaters. Do you know, and this is what I start with in every evolution debate. Notice how every time there's an example that they think is evolution, they have to isolate a population without explaining how you got that initial population. They just grant themselves salamanders. And once they trick the audience into accepting that salamanders exist in this way arbitrarily from any point in time, they go, oh, there's an initial group here. Cool, let's work with this. And then people like me come in and go, no, I'm breaking your brackets here. I'm not granting you this time frame of I'm not granting you an arbitrary time snapshot where you have salamanders and you get to arbitrarily say there's a parent species and then there's a child species that branches away and no longer is having sex with the parent species and multiplying, right? Yeah, first of all, there's still salamanders. Second of all, by your own reasoning, the parent species is actually a defective branch of a previous thing that it's not, right? So they don't want to deal with this. They just want to keep using these like myopic snapshots in time. Be like, look, the humans came from the other thing that looked like a human and we diverged. And we go, well, that's not a big enough time frame for me. Can you go back further? Can we go back further? At what point is the salamander downstream from something that it's not? And at what point does the salamander branch off and become something it's not? Every example, there's none of that. It's a version of itself. And no longer being able to procreate with its previous kind is actually not an adaptation at all, at least a negative one. The best thing for a species is to be able to maintain its reproductivity in-house, not to diversify it, right? Thanks for the laughs. Thank you so much. I can hear the fedora tipping.
And by the time its descendants meet on the opposite side, they can no longer rightly be considered the same species as one another, were it not for their similarity to their common ancestor. This is at least one way that new species are born, and is an example of evolution in action.
Yeah, by their own examples, right, of evolution in action. I'm sorry, bro. No. What you're seeing is, if anything, devolution. If anything, you're seeing something that's harmful, ultimately. Now you've suddenly split a group of salamanders that can no longer procreate with the majority of where it came from. And so you're actually limiting their ability to procreate. You're constraining them. And this is seen as evolution. No, sorry. Still a salamander. And by that logic, guess what? I bring this up during the debates as well. If hypothetically the genetic problems, let's say, given to a certain ethnicity of people, if that set of genetic problems somehow naturally rendered them incapable of procreating with previous other humans in this case, it's the evolution proponent in the chat and this guy on this video would have to actually say that this ethnic group, this is no longer human. They're actually not human. They're not the same species. Right? They're not the same. Looks more like epigenetics. Yeah, it's epigenetics. Epigenetics being some effect that doesn't alter the DNA sequence altogether and just expresses phenotypically what's already there genotypically. It's not expressing some sort of random mutation that then produces a new information to the sequence that then also renders some effect, in this case a negative effect, not a positive effect. And it's so stupid. They can't defend it though. That's what's really funny about it all. They just can't defend it at all. There's nothing to defend. Nothing at all. Jack the Guitar Guide, $5. Proper needs to call in, so we have to see if his voice is as gay as his worldview. Average Redhead, $5. Jim Bob is so bad at grifting that an atheist can call it self-evident and they'd be right. Wow, that's a good one. That was pretty good, Average Redhead. Nicely done. I like it. They can't defend anything. It's probably why most of them are going to start saying no to me, honestly. This guy isn't worth the attention. It's always the case, isn't it, G-Money? You're just wrong. Wow, good argumentation. They become better adapted to their new environment. How did they do that? Adaptation assumes that the information is already there. You don't even know what you're saying, honestly. Honestly, Proper doesn't even argue probably within the going authority, the current authority of evolutionary biology. He's already using terms that they wouldn't use. Gabriel Van Valencia, thank you so much. $5. Pretty much every real world example I've ever seen offers its devolution. Yeah, there's never an example. By the way, even neutral things, shout out to my neutrals. Gabriel, even neutral things like when there's a mutation that they call just a replication of existing information, doesn't do anything. Even in the cases where it's seemingly neutral, the argument and the observations over time leads us to the conclusion that even that is a disadvantage. Notice how every example the evolution proponent brings to the surface, whether it's in a lab or anywhere else, is an example of a species that produces a generation after something's introduced to it. And what does it do? It produces a generation that's now incapable of doing something. Not capable, incapable. Now, they try to use other examples where you say, well, a certain genetic mutation renders a group of people or a group of organisms immune to certain things. Okay? That still doesn't tell us whether or not that facilitates a change in the very thing that they are. Not only that, it doesn't even isolate whether or not that information was there or not. That's the thing with evolution, that even at the genetic level, they manipulate genetics using like CRISPR technology, and they see if it affects the thing. That's it. By the way, being immune, they couldn't even tell me whether or not being immune to X could be a disadvantage over a certain amount of time. They just arbitrarily say advantage, disadvantage. They don't know. Sorry, you're stupid, Jim Bob, but you are. Well, why don't you call in? We'll see who's stupid. Just calling me stupid from the chat. I mean, do we need to know who won the back and forth? You're dumb. You're stupid. I could completely wreck you right now if you want. If you'd like to jump on. Then people can pay me not to do it. You wouldn't stand a chance, dude. You can't even tell me what a scientific theory is, man. So frustrating with these people. They can't even tell you what a scientific theory is. Remember the Austin dude when I did breakfast tacos? Another letdown. The dude said there might be infinite scientific methods. Dude, where am I? Who am I? What's going on? Are we this broken? Jeesh. Shish kebab. Oh my goodness. Kevin says, so Jim Bob, what do you think happened? Every animal and plant just poofed into existence instantly? Essentially, that's what creation would be. Yeah. I mean, well, the alternative is that every plant and animal was once not itself, but that means that everything that it came from also wasn't itself. So Kevin, even your view, if this is the alternative, guess what? You need a magical moment where things poof into existence too. You do. You need a moment where suddenly, magically, against every law, against everything we observe in nature, you need a moment where things start to exist that didn't exist before. You need that. You're acting like that's a gotcha? No. We have a view that's actually a full paradigm, Kevin. We have a view that there's actually purpose and a direction in reality. You have none. And this is why it's such a terrible view, is that if you hold to a naturalistic examination or account of the world in reality, you have to admit that your own thinking, your own reasoning has no direction. I mean, can you imagine that? Can you imagine being a parent and your kid starts asking you about like purpose of your life, the direction of life, the meaning, what you're here for, reasoning, how to use reasoning, logic, why do we have logic? And you go, oh, it's actually useless. It's totally accidental. Son, I want you to go out in the world and reason yourself to good conclusions so you can live a good life. What's reasoning? Oh, totally purposeless, directionless, mechanical, chemical event. What? Wait a second. What? You want me to appeal to random chemical events to come to the conclusion that things are... Wait, what? Dad? Sorry, son, I gotta go. Good luck, buddy. Christians, God created matter out of nothing. Atheists, nuh-uh, quantum fields created matter out of nothing. Yep. How does creationism account for vestigial structures? Well, first of all, you're presupposing vestigial. But even if I granted you vestigial, which evolution couldn't actually objectively declare vestigial, that's just an assumption. But even if we granted it, rude, mud, crab, vestigial being some sort of erroneous or non-functioning appendage would be the effect of the fall as well. So dysfunction, anything, dying, death, disease, cancer, blindness, vestigial structures, things that don't work properly, these are all would be an effects of a fall. That the metaphysics and the physics of the world as we know it is an effect of something. From your view, though, I mean, if you're holding the view, rude, mud, crab, I'm not sure you are, but from that view, there's no such thing as dysfunctional. There's no such thing as a dysfunctional liver. No such thing from that view. It's impossible. Function would be purposeful. So you could never point to something like if you went to the doctor and was like, Doc, tell me what's wrong with my heart. And he's all, well, it's not functioning properly. And you're like, you're a liar. And he's like, what? We're trying to save you, dude. What do you mean I'm a liar? There's no such thing as a functioning heart. There's no proper function. It's just an accident. It's an accidental thing. Just happened. Proper says scientific theories are not mere guesses. They are comprehensive frameworks. No, they're not just frameworks, dude. You're a pseudoscientist, dude. All of these creation tards, shout out to my creation tards. In fact, why don't you all super chat and let Mr. Proper know how many creation tards we have? No, that's not what a scientific theory is, dude. Nice job exposing your anti-science approach. A framework? No. Frameworks are paradigms. Those are philosophical. Science is a method. You have no idea what you're talking about. Scientific theories are the product of a very strict method, not a framework, okay? You're insane. Does the scientific method require a framework? Yes. The framework itself is not the scientific method, though. No. So, shout out to my creation tards. How do we wreck these people so good? We're supposed to be the dumb ones, right? We're supposed to be the anti-scientific ones. Meanwhile, we're the ones saying, no, men can't have babies, women can't have dicks. Okay? One creature doesn't turn into another creature. I mean, what are you guys talking about? We're the ones? We're the anti-scientific? Oh, I hold to the view that the scientific theory must be the product of a very strict method called the scientific method, which requires an experiment. I'm the anti-science one? That's interesting. Unbelievable. That's why I'm for segregation, you know. Honestly, I think the whole segregation thing was a psyop to get us to think that segregation is supposed to be mostly race-based. I think that's the real psyop. I think Martin Luther King Jr., the dirty, filthy commie he was, definitely was hired to do something, but I think what we miss is that we forgot that segregation, voluntary segregation, would basically ostracize and excommunicate some of the most insane people. You know what I mean? We need a covenant. We need a covenant states. You know, they have covenant communities. We need covenant states, covenant countries. They're just so lost, these people. It's actually like, it almost ironically gets us to believe their view that humans are just animal beasts. That's the irony. When you see their responses, it almost gets you to ponder whether or not biological, chemical determinism, naturalism is true. Because their views are so predictable. Their utterances are so predictable that you're like, wait, maybe determinism is true. Me create tarded here, BIB. Thank you so much for that. Check out Base Forge and Dr. Luc Montaigne on how elements get together to form things. Intelligence is necessary. Yeah, some sort of direction, functionality. Dunning-Kruger, Bob, why don't you call in and see who's the Dunning-Kruger proper? I dare you. You're just saying things at this point. Like, even that was an automated response. Oh, I bet he's going to say Dunning-Kruger. Dude, you'd get absolutely annihilated. I seriously. I'd eat you up like a little bagel. You would get wrecked. Do you want to... look, proper HPV. Would you like me to organize a debate with you? Would you like to debate me one-on-one with a moderator? You didn't give me the exact definition of a scientific theory. Where's your definition from? What are you talking about? You're a negative IQ. Why don't you call in and prove that I'm a negative IQ individual? And calling me a moron? That doesn't help your case, dude. In fact, the people who only use insults are the low IQ people. Tell me where you got your definition, bro. A framework? No. It's not a framework, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. A scientific method is really easy, dude. Even my 9-year-old knows it. Scientific method is a method for determining the likely causal explanation of natural phenomenon in the world. It goes as follows. Observation is your first step. You have to observe a phenomenon in the world. Then you posit a question. What causes this phenomenon? Do I have access to the independent variable? Then, if you have access to the independent variable, you have what's called a viable hypothesis. You posit that X causes Y, because you have access to X. You then move to the experimentation. You introduce X. You see if it causes the phenomenon. You repeat. You remove X. You see if it causes the phenomenon, if the phenomenon is still there. You do it again. Proper, you do it again. And then after many times of doing it and noting what you see, you start to formulate what you call a scientific theory. And it goes like this. I posited that X causes Y. I did an experiment introducing and removing X. And I hereby declare inductively it's likely the case that X actually doesn't cause Y, which is just as valuable as coming to the conclusion that X does cause Y. See, null and verified hypotheses are just as valuable. Either one. Now you, sir, just said that the scientific method is merely a framework. No, it's not. It's not. It's not a framework. It requires a framework. That's the philosophy of science, but no. Scientific method is an action. It's an action. It's not a thought. You don't think the scientific method. You do the scientific method. Otherwise, the scientific method wouldn't require scientists. It would just happen in your head. This is embarrassing, honestly. Jason Cassell, $10. I'm an engineer and have a long and massive background in science, physics, chemistry, quantum mechanics, and I am a creationist because of that knowledge. Interesting, Jason. I always thought you were a sniper. Thank you, Vagine. Average redhead, $5. Jim Bob, you fail to realize that us creation tards have evolved smooth brain that your arguments simply slide off. That's right. That's right. I evolved to be a smooth brain. Proper says, I quoted exactly what the definition of the scientific theory is. No, you didn't. I asked you, where'd you get that from, bro? Here, I'll do it. I'll find my own. Ready? Find my own, bro. Scientific theory is an explanation of an aspect of the natural world that can be and has been repeatedly tested and corroborating evidence. Tested means experiment. Scientific method, okay, silly boy. Scientific method is very specific, okay? It requires an experiment. There's no way to produce a scientific theory without the method, bro. I could demonstrate this in any debate. Simple. Anything you think you call a theory. The reason it requires a scientific method is because if you don't require the method for a theory, then any other theory within the same category or claim, like if you have two competing hypotheses for the same phenomenon, without an experiment, you could never arbitrate between the two proposed hypotheses. So just copy paste it from Google. You're just in denial. Dude, even if I granted your definition, which I didn't see in Google, by the way, nothing showed up in Google that says a framework, what you said. So you're just either a liar or you found something specific or you searched something specific, okay? Nothing in my searches. You're just a liar at this point. Well, I'm not surprised you're a liar. Cowards and liars. Cowardice and lying goes hand in hand. So I already established you're a coward. So it's not a big stretch that you're a liar. Watch this. Is the scientific theory definition objective, or can it change? Ninja of Spades, God is a scientific theory. I disagree with that. You're just in denial. Dude, call in, man. We don't need to give you any more attention. We don't need to give you any more attention, dude. I've already challenged you to confront me one-on-one and see how that goes. Now, if you're not in the Discord right now, then I know that you're not really interested, okay? So why should I give you more attention? What's more attention than having you up on the stream with me? I mean, if that's what you really want, you should do it. I mean, look, dude, is it your duty to correct creation tards? I mean, you have 530 people here right now. You can own me right now. You know what I mean? You can call in and do your scientific duty. Your scientismo diligence, right? You can fulfill your obligations and duties to secularism right now and show up old Jim Bob, the meanie pants, right now in front of hundreds of people, you know, even thousands once it's posted, you know. Okay, average of like 5, 7. It's getting up to 8. I'm doing pretty good lately. 8,000, let's be generous. 8,000 people gonna watch proper, completely deconstruct me. All right, here we go. Oh, a scientific theory is a well-tested, evidence-based explanation. Yeah. Notice how you're dude, now you're a liar. We can go back in the chat, and you used the word framework before. Now I know you're using multiple definitions. Yeah. Yeah, hypothesis. How do you confirm a hypothesis? An experiment. You can't confirm a hypothesis without an experiment. You can't negate a hypothesis without an experiment. Thank you for agreeing with me, you snake. You absolute snake. Unbelievable. We really are dealing with a spiritual decay of many sorts, honestly. It really is a spiritual issue. It's crazy. Like, you catch people on lies and contradictions and changing the goalposts. They don't care. It's like dogs are more responsive when they poop inside. Dogs are more aware and subject and open to correction than some humans. It's weird. It's like kind of a black pill, honestly. It's making me kind of sad. You know what I mean? I try to engage with these people. Try to get what their thoughts are and give them appropriate pushback from my view. Try to engage with their positions. And I'm left thinking at the end, that they're no more developed spiritually than a dog. That I feel like I'm arguing with a pet. And who's the fool now? Woof woof. Bad doggy. You know what I mean? I'm just dealing with some sort of syndrome. And it's jumping up on me like a dog. And I'm saying, Down syndrome, Down syndrome. And it makes me sad. It makes me fucking sad. I'm a fool? Show me I'm a fool by calling in, silly boy. You're right, I am a fool. That's one concession. I'm a fool to engage with you. I'm a fool to engage with you. Now, you've been, the right amount of fodder for the chat.
They say ring species can't breed, but I don't think that's true. They appear to selectively not mate with each other, not that it's impossible.
Interesting. See, I wonder how they would determine that, Dustin. I think ultimately you can grape them. Like when we do with watermelons, we could manually inseminate and see if it works. And you'd have to then you'd have to determine whether it's actually impossible or seemingly impossible. You know? Is it seemingly impossible or it's impossible? How do you know? It's Driving Brit says, did you miss the part of the scientific method where it says that the theories have to be provable? Yeah, that's what the experiment is. So he's just agreeing with me late. This is how they operate, dude. You know, they change their positions. They pretend they didn't hold an opposing position. And it's just like, dude, it's like those fishing videos where you think you're about to watch someone catch something, but then you get catfish because it's a video where you stick with them for like 10 full minutes. And then you realize at the end it cuts the video and they never pull the damn tuna up. That's what it's like with these people. It's a waste of our damn time, honestly. I don't know. Where'd you come from, by the way, proper? Can you answer one question in good faith? How did you find me? Kevin Howe says, why do you care so much about evolution? Like evolution is proven, if evolution is proven true, would that convince you God isn't real? No, I care about what's true. So first of all, Kevin Howe, I have a reason to pursue what's true. If evolution is true, you wouldn't have to care what's true. So it's actually the same question would be posited back on the evolution proponent. If evolution is true, why would you be surprised or care about what people believe if what they believe is appropriate to their nature, in fact, determined by their nature? Kevin Howe, you're not thinking. You're not thinking. If evolution was true, then the pursuit of truth wouldn't matter, and whatever someone believed would be an effect of evolution, ultimately. Be determined by their biology, by their genetics, by everything else, by the environment. You wouldn't have you wouldn't be like, how do people believe in God right now? This is crazy. Now, further, I care about evolution because it's a lie. And it's not only just a lie, but it's a lie that renders people from a young age believing that their existence is accidental, that their own existence, that they're at the effect of pure nature, that they come from a beast, that there's no ultimate meaning or purpose or deontology in the universe. That's what evolution entails, Kevin. And further, evolution entails that truth is impossible. You don't even have access to truth if evolution is true. The reason you don't have access is because if evolution is true, then everything you think and believe and think is an evaluation or a proper conclusion or an utterance, all of your propositions and thoughts and beliefs, Kevin, are mere epiphenomenal chemical effects of the brain. And if that's the case, you don't even have access to the truth, including if evolution is true. You would just have evolved and would have to be determined to believe that. Do you understand? Now, maybe you're young. Maybe Kevin, now you're actually asking in good faith. So don't take my elevated sense of condescension personally. But it is certainly frustrating when people ask from that view. Why do you even care? Why care about anything, man? Proper says, Jim Bob is an obvious example of someone who refuses to understand evolution. Okay. Tell me, look, I want to understand it. Tell me how random mutation produces over time a specialized fixed device like a liver. Tell me. Tell me. Heard you on Modern Day Debate. Oh, recently? Yeah, no wonder. No wonder. You watched Ed Dutton flail about, failing to answer very basic questions about evolution from my view. And now you're like, you feel like your worldview is threatened, so you have to come over here and attempt to correct it. Would you like to be next in line, Proper? Would you like to correct me in case if I'm this confused about evolution? I don't want to understand it. Dude, I was an evolution proponent for 15 years. I believe that for 15 years. What are you talking about? You see, you don't even know what you're talking about. I don't want to. By the way, that's fallacious. It has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. You're assuming intent. You're doing psychologizing, right? This is weak sauce. We're used to it, though. Weak sauce. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. L's in the chat. I lost that debate. Not even close, dude. And I'm not someone who goes around saying I win debates. That was actually an embarrassment. He lost the debate in his opener, bro. He said, science doesn't produce facts. It's a scientific fact, basically, that evolution is true. Contradiction. He then later conceded, now you wouldn't understand this, but this is for the chat. He later conceded that his own brain, his own reasoning, is completely determined from the evolutionary view. And if his brain was built by random mutation with no purpose for rational thinking, no purpose toward coming to valid logical conclusions, if that's not what the brain's purpose is, why should I believe an accidental biological machine? Now, you don't understand. This is not for you, Proper. You've already demonstrated yourself to be either overtaken with pride or just a troll. This is not for you. Who hurt me? What? See? Oh, you're making fun of him. Yeah. That's what's next, right? What's next is who hurt you. Yeah. Anyway. All right, let's say goodbye to Proper because he's too much of a coward to debate me one-on-one. And so what happens with you guys is we excommunicate you from Jortlandia and we say goodbye because we only have so much time in our lives to dedicate to seething cowards in the chat who won't step up to the plate. Safe in the chat, but when it comes to war, getting on the stage with me, they say nay. They say nay. So be off, demon. Goodbye. God bless you and good night. Jack, the guitar guide, $5. You lost that debate question. If we didn't know yet, we know the proper is. Yeah, well, yeah. Now we know. They don't even know what would constitute winning a debate. They think winning a debate is someone said what they believe. This is why Christians love each other. I say this all the time. Christians, for the most part, love each other because they call each other out and they debate what's false and true. Even if they agree, they debate and they say, that was the wrong turn for you. I actually agree with your worldview, but that was a mistake. I get it all the time. That's why I know people love me. Because I get correction. People seek me out who share my belief and go, let's fine-tune this. You've misstepped here. That was a misstep. Okay, cool, thanks. Right? I thought it was a discussion, right, Gary? Yeah, you lost the discussion. How do I lose a discussion? I'm actually more focused on that lately, that phenomenon with the progressives and seculars. They really don't, it's not that they hate each other. That's like hyperbolic. It's that they don't actively love each other. So I don't know if that's a main distinction, but they don't actively love each other because they don't correct each other when the other does poorly. You know what I mean? They just go, well, you agree with me, so I'm not even going to call out that it was a bad argument. Now, recently, there are some atheist accounts. I forgot the names. But even someone as dull as Alex O'Connor did a whole stream about how poor Christopher Hitchens' argumentations were. Really bad. He finally came around to looking at it just from the objective view of like what constitutes a good argument. And he came to the conclusion that Christians came to, which is Christopher Hitchens had really good rhetoric. He was really kind of likable in a curmudgeon-y kind of way, like posh, like the posh redneck. And but as far as argumentation, it was garbage. Garbage. Terrible arguments. Just actually non-existent. But good rhetoric. Silent Zero, $5. The reason they can't admit they're wrong is because they'd realize that they learn in school is wrong. Yeah. Their church is the school is their church. Really. The public education, the secular education system has become their church, and their family is an extension of that church. And it's abusive, perverse, full of lies, just truly disgusting. He had a good voice. He really did. You think your opinions matter? The Andromeda Galaxy, the great nothing is coming to destroy you. So why are we listening to you? Touché. Touché. Okay. Just so we're clear, we shouldn't listen to any view, including Christian views, on the nature of reality and its purpose, because ultimately it's purposeless, so you don't listen to anybody, because that's purposeless too. But here you are on the stages, mainstream America and Europe, all around touring, citing books, writing books, signing people's backs. People have tattoos of you. Nice job. Nice job. Have the evolutionists who believe in multiple genders ever explained how that evolutionary process would be? Yeah, I believe Mark Reed is one of them. Yep. Well, Mark Reed pushed back on the gender thing, actually. He's consistent. He's just not vocal. He's not vocally consistent. You're a cosmic accident. Nothing matters. By the way, Christianity is immoral and horrible. Horrible. What? Wait, nothing matters? The universe is purposeless? But we're fighting a war against beliefs? What? What the? Hey, look. We're at 27 to 50, y'all. 23 left. 23 left. My trans religion is spiritual atheism. What is Kevin Howe? He seems to be a little bit more reasonable opposition in the chat. A little more reasonable. Are you Peter Dinklage? I'm not. But if someone paid me to show up at a party as him, I would probably do it. So. They don't understand blatant contradictions. That's why I'm just keep reminding myself. Prayer, understanding, spiritual delusion. Prelest, not intellectual. Prelest, not intellectual. All right, what do we got here? What else is happening in the world here? It's like, Cleave to Antiquity. I think this is the first time, maybe I missed it because I'm relatively new, even in my pursuit, Inquiry of Orthodoxy being like about 4 years, and baptism, May 24th, I was baptized. Maybe I didn't see this phenomenon, but it is interesting. There's a phenomenon now where Cleave, who I think his name is Ben, converts. He was, I think it's because he was pretty vocal against orthodoxy and is converting, which makes sort of a splash in the online community, hence showing up on various podcasts who are interested in this story and doing sort of a conversion tour, which I think is ultimately good for orthodoxy, because the people who are on the fence, or maybe have been like sort of inherited Protestant, evangelical, Calvinist, whatever, general heterodox position, if they can see that he makes that transition from super prot to orthodoxy, then maybe there's something missing here with their thinking. Maybe they're missing an element. So that's good. Would you dress up as Tyrion Lannister? Yeah. Yeah, put the like little, when he had like the blonde frosted highlights hair. I even had a deep fake of him I did once, which is pretty funny. Do I still have that? Do I still have that? I might still have it. Gosh, I really miss, what was that really good deep fake I used to use on live streams? What was that program that went south and they just deleted it from everything? I forgot what it's called. They had the best live deepfake, and you could, on OBS, you can choose that as your camera, and out of nowhere just select like Ben Shapiro out of nowhere, and it would just work. It was so good, dude. I loved it so much. But they got rid of it. Snapchat. It was the Snapchat camera. It was excellent. I was able to do live streams and people could ask Jordan Peterson questions. I would just snap into Jordan Peterson. You know what I mean? It was great. Now it's over. They have other ones, though. I mean, some of them are pretty good, though. I mean, this one's still pretty good. Look at this Peterson. I'll show you in a second. Hold on, ready? It's like, why'd they get rid of the Snapchat? It's like I was enjoying all of Jim Bob's, abusive tirades against me, It's like I deserve it, Okay, watch. It's like, why'd they get rid of the Snapchat? It's like I was enjoying all of Jim Bob's, abusive tirades against me, It's like an old... Dude looks like it's like homeless Peterson. See, that one's pretty good still. I mean, this is 5 years old. Certainly there's one out there. I'll probably introduce that. I'll find a good one that's good, that's a live application that'll hook up to one of my cameras and be able to turn it on and off. But they got rid of my favorite one. The Neil Tyson-ish mustache was dumb. That was my favorite one, Del. When I moved into the afro with Neil Tyson-ish mustache, that was my favorite one. My favorite. Anyone want to source me some, though? Because the discontinued Snapchat one, I had all of my favorite ones on there. You could even upload ones. I lost those. And so any of you nerds out there, let me know. Okay? That was my favorite. The Neil Tyson-ish mustache one. It was like so fun to do. Anyway, you shoot me over those. You nerds who can source one that's like good and not expensive or free, ideally. a live deepfake app, right, that I could attach to my virtual camera and turn it on and off live would be great. So you can, Palpatine. There's an old version of it that you can download, but the problem is it only has the ones that are baseline available, and it doesn't allow you to make a custom one. So I'd be limited to whatever they have, and I can't make new ones. So digital blackface, seriously. 28, y'all. 20 more to go, and then I can eat lunch. Ben Shapiro is a lot better. Well, I'm a little out of practice with Peterson. He's become somewhat irrelevant. I'm also tired of being him. I'm also tired of people, no offense to you guys, sending me impressions. Like, I actually cringe when someone sends me even a good impression of Jordan Peterson. I'm like, this horse is non-existent. Like, this horse is so flattened to the ground, it looks like a drawing. It's just over. Poor guy. I hope he recovers. Baloney. Neil Tyson is smushed. Yeah, I can imagine him. It's like his mouth smells like baloney and bad $2 Chuck wine. You know? He's always just breathing on everybody. Even Jordan Peterson's tired of being Jordan Peterson. For real. Poor guy. I even stopped reviewing all of his stuff. It's like, it depresses me. Trump is, when is that, Disco? Shout out to Disco. When is Trump's big autism announcement? I wonder if he's going to say that they perfected autism. So you're going to think he's going to make a cure announcement. He's going to make great news. We've perfected. Like, he's going to announce that there's a shot. It's not that the jibbies caused autism, but they figured out how to perfect the level of autism that each of us could enjoy. He's a cranky Canuck. Yeah, he's like that. Yeah, he is. He still has a chance to age gracefully. But there's really no excuse for someone like him, as close to the church as he is. There's no excuse at this point. Unless he signed a contract with Shapiro. And by the way, here's the main fine print that you have to look at. Peterson, are you paying attention? Yes. What is it? Anything for the millions. You can talk about Jesus Christ. I'm totally fine with that. It's just that when it comes down to living the life of Christianity, the moment, in the event that let's say you convert and you baptize into the Holy Orthodox Church, we are done. We are absolutely done. You hear me? We are absolutely done. That is a line we will not cross. Heterodoxy, fine. Some sort of soft evangelicalism, fine. Zionism, fine. Dispensationalism, bonus. But we cannot have you convert. Okay? To a religion that traces back to the apostles and their teaching. We cannot have that. I mean, have you read Chrysostom's homily about the Jews? I mean, $15. Started watching Bryce on your recommendation. If the guy was any more chill and relaxed, he'd be dead. He's a really good resource, and his delivery is good. I think Bryce J, give it some time, but the more dense nerd philosophy theology lovers, they're gonna populate his channel. He's gonna do good. If I'm home, I'll let JB know. Let him know what? You can just tell me right now what's going on. What happened? What? What did I do? When is the announcement? Yeah, when is it and where is it? Do I have to search it? Trump announcement on autism. Yeah, let's look at it. All those shots causing terrible side effects. Horrible. Terrible. Whoa. Talk about. Look at that, dude. Look at that chat. How hilarious is that?
You know, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel, the mumps, measles.
This is going to be turned into a rap remake pretty much immediately.
And all the three should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem.
Could be a problem, just like cultures. Vaccines, they're a lot like cultures.
So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate.
Enough of this. Sorry, Trump. I don't need to hear this. Stop it. This is like some weird side move they did. They're like, okay, we'll give you separate jibby jab good for the baby if you denounce jibby jab bad for the baby. Sounds like a good deal. I mean, is this the role of Robert Kennedy Jr.? Is this what it's all for? It's like, I think I could get into office and get people to rethink about jibby jabs in a positive way. What if we just simply say that instead of taking them together in combos, they could just separate them all out? Okay, itemize them. Okay. That's your solution, guys? You'll itemize them? Unbelievable. All the truthers, they're just going nuts right now. Well, I mean, what did you think? Do you think there was going to be some big, it turns out we figured it out? No. We're just going to itemize them. Okay. People take the jibby jab and start preaching evolution in Jim Bob's chat. It is weird. Unbelievable. Benji the brain worm. Oh man. So many false hopes and promises. That's why I'm like habitually look out there. You know, I get excited about some cultural developments, some political developments. I get a little, oh, cool. That could be cool. That worked. Could always hope and pray. But every time I'm always just moved back to church. You know, the more you watch this clown show and the more you think something big is going to happen, and it doesn't, you know, I'm so thankful I have the church, you know, because that's ultimately, that's where it is. That's where it's all at. If you guys are wondering where it's at, what's the thing? That's the thing. All this stuff, it's like you're just perpetually excited and then let down, invested in like some next subsequent set of events that you hope happens that then lead to another subsequent set of events. And then finally, maybe one day it'll all figure it out and then we'll all agree that, 9/11 was an inside job. Nope. That's not how it works. It's never going to work that way. Trump said Tylenol also causes the tism. Maybe. I mean, even people I know, I definitely seen a correlation between their boys in particular, their boys having these issues and them and the family being not just like moderately jabby jibby, but like full on activists. You always look at their kids and you're like, are you sure? Are you sure? You're like, your kid can barely form a sentence and he's just, can't be controlled, can't listen. And they're like, yeah, but it's better than him dying from something that's extremely rare without protection. Really? Now, that's a funny skit. This is a dude, it's just a kid who's like 8 being like, no! And the mom's all, well, at least he doesn't have measles. At least he didn't get chicken pox. And that. Oh man, that's sad. It's gonna be a tough life. You can't be normal, play with other kids, do normal things. Yeah, but what if he got Karunka? Karunka! Ah! Those anti-vaxxers, unbelievable what they're risking right now. Bat says you should have seen everyone's face around me with the volume all the way up. Yeah. Well, what would they know, Bats? They're jibby jab too. Everyone in that car. They don't even know. If anything, I set off a chain reaction and everyone's making that sound right now. Anyhow, let's get one more quick cascade of super chats. Minor, moderate, or massive. It's all support for the channel. I don't sell any protein shakes that I'm confident in. I don't have beard cream. I don't even have a home shoulder workout kit that I team up with as a sponsor. You guys are my sponsor. Okay? So pay your taxes. Pay for the service. Pay the bridge toll. Don't climb the ladder to the roof of laughter and kick it over and pretend you jumped. Okay? A little support goes a long way. 2, 5, 10s, 20s. It all helps. My voice is sonic protein, yeah. Korean barbecue sounds so good. I don't have good Korean barbecue where I am. It's a shame. Trump said forgetting to grift was a side effect. Yeah, I must have been jibby-jabbed hard. Right? Jim Bob looked like a Byzantine Emperor Basil II? Really? Well, now I have to look, dude. For real. No joke. Oh, dude, seriously. You kidding me? Nice. It's pretty, I mean, he's got a cool outfit, dude. I'd wear that. Dude, I'd wear that during a live stream for sure. Can someone make me? I mean, I could make that hat if I had some time. But particularly the outfit with the cape and the scales, if anybody can do that for me, that'll be my new streaming. You know, forget the fancy flowery shirts and all that stuff. I'll move right in this direction, no problem. No problem at all. I won't even... Jim's turning into IRS. Well, they seem to have figured it out, right? So, if that's what it takes for you guys, fine. 18 more. There's 5 in on the Bob Chat side.
Did the gibby jabby for COVID when I was a 17-year-old dumb apolitical guy. My father advised not to, but the non-socializing was too much pressure on my dumb young brain. Regret much. At least my dad didn't do it.
My dumb young brain, I like that, Vagine. It's amazing what people are willing to say through Vagine. It's like they're free, they're liberated, because they have like an avatar to speak through. They're able to finally voice things that they can't otherwise say. It might be healthy, it might be bad, it might be a bad idea. You don't feel threatened enough, Meatball? Meatball, I'll just ban you. How about that? I'll just find people who I kind of habitually associate to not donating, just freeloaders. Just start banning, just to make examples, you know? Call it a digital staircase, a digital guillotine, you know? Just a random hanging. There we go. $5 is, at least he doesn't have measles. No! Stop! I'm in danger. You're in danger. Danicus. Who's Danicus? Let's look up Danicus. You know, it's some obscure philosopher, or is it a flower? Dianetics? No, not Dianetics. What? I can't even look up your name. That's how obscure it is. What the heck? What the heck is this crap? Man, doesn't it feel so much better without that proper guy here? These people are truly little energy vampires, aren't they? It's amazing how quickly you just like, it's fun for a second to like deal with them. You're like, oh, okay, got a troll. Let's put him in his place. But not, you realize how nice it is when they're gone. It's crazy. It's my name. It's your Namicus? Danicus? So you're black? So you're a black guy? Either that or you're like Swedish, like something totally opposite. That's actually a really good game. Like you find names where you don't know, you can't tell if it's a black name or like the super opposite, like some weird Finnish obscure name at the bottom of like a ravine, like a town. Are you black or not? It's called black or not. You're just swiping names. Right is yes, left is no. If you're going to start making threats, see, it works. Threats work. 15 more. Come on, guys. 2s, 5ers. It's not about the amount. It's about completing my goal, completing a complete day as a man. Okay? That's what it's about. You're German? No, that makes sense. See, I knew it was the total opposite. It had to have been. It's like either that's a black name or a culture that doesn't like black people. Like there's no in between. It could have been. So, Suzanne Griffith, $5. I feel sorry for the parents that still won't wake up after the ESEs. My son's ending up in the ER. That was it for you. Yeah. The thing is, like, they're playing, like, even if they admitted the cause, they'd still be like, well, Suzanne, they'd do what I just did before. They'd be like, well, I just can't risk the other. And you're like, yeah, but the risk of the other is, if not just as rare as a jab gone wrong, if not more rare. So that's where the math never makes sense. Like, if the risk is still low for Jabs Gone Wrong, which is a new website, Jabs Gone Wild, you still have to measure it against not doing it. And honestly, I just meet so many people who have clean blood, and they're not making sounds in the back of a car, that's for sure. And they lied? Yeah, that's terrible, Suzanne. Anything to protect the real grift. When people accuse you of grifting and you simply go, do you know what business I'm in? One of the worst possible businesses to be in. If you're going to like try to cheat people out of money. Get into pharmaceuticals. All right. Maybe I'll play a little music to get you guys interested in my life. What do we got here? Rubber Bridge? Gotta love rubber bridges. Rubber Bridge. Rubber Bridge. All righty. Could always make swords. I know, that's my goal. I'm going to move out of commentary, and once I get myself a little studio, I'm going to make exquisite Orthodox crosses and all sorts of cool stuff. Loop coming in? Last time I did a loop and it wasn't coming in. And I looked at it after and it was gone and I was like, what the heck? jab them before they go home, you end up with a little kid in the back seat who's all like, socks, but thank the God he don't have chicken pox. He's all like, strange piano solo. I actually have a little keyboard, but I don't have it hooked up. Bass would actually be kind of cool if I'm in tune. Let me see. Whoops. 8 more, y'all. Before you take them babies home, make sure you jab them to the bone. Listen to your doctor and your priest. It's been a real crappy Monday. Thanks for helping me tolerate. Good, Dawson Titilio. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. I don't really give a rip what you believe. supposed to buy like a loaf of halloumi. I want like Arab food. Anyone else hungry from this? It's funny, the timing of the vocal loop is off now, but it still kind of works in some weird way. Send you off to Mr. David, Dr. David Patrick Carey. Jeez. All right. Hope everyone's doing okay. Love you all. Thank you so much for a great Monday. Happy Monday to you all. Enjoy David Patrick Carey's stream. See you guys tomorrow. And go follow Ortho Thugs. We're going to restart our next season on Friday. And with that, thank you to all. Make your way to Divine Liturgy this weekend. God bless you all. Okay. Now I'm really hungry.